Needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen.
The President of the United States, just days ago, it feels like months ago now, in the debate with the former Vice President Joe Biden, the President's former White House physician who was talking to Fox News earlier this morning, and he said that this positive test would affect everybody who has been around the President. But this was the quote that I think is important, because many people are jumping away with the idea that the President must have got this from his aide, Hope Hicks. He said the following: "That doesn't mean that's the person he got it from." I think that's crucial this morning because the track and trace around all of this is incredibly complex and not as simple as some people might suggest, Tom.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier. I think you're 100% right, John, is the pathways here and the assumptions we're all making as this story unfolds leads to a little humility in order. Someone who has practiced that humility in economics and taking those skills to the World Bank is David Malpass, and we're thrilled that the World Bank president joins us this morning. There is an annual meeting, and yes, it will be affected by the president's illness. David Malpass, of course, working for President Trump before his present duties. David Malpass, COVID is front and center for your World Bank, different than the IMF, different than the World Health Organization. I want to know what you've learned on the efficacy of masks.
Hi, Tom. Good morning. Well, I think the masks are helping where in lots of parts of the world. One thing we did starting in April was to create programs where countries could choose the different protective equipment that they wanted to buy with financing that we could provide. And so that's been a very successful program because it gives the choice to the countries, and there's a variety of activities going on in order to counter the response. And what we've done, what I did this week was announce the expansion of that program. My board is looking at it now to cover vaccines. So a critical thing for countries is that they begin to respond fully to the crisis and get people back into their livelihoods. That's critical because the poverty rates are going up so fast.
David, you know, across this nation, there's cultural differences in the wearing of masks. I know, David, at Colorado College, there's 100% usage of masks at all time. John Farrow mentions the variability of mask usage in the United Kingdom. Right now, India is front and center. What has the World Bank learned about India's protective abilities?
Well, the COVID is a giant catastrophe, especially for the poorest people. As the economy shut down, people that were in the informal economy didn't really have the ability to buy protective equipment, masks, and they didn't have an ability to have social distancing or space. So India's hit particularly hard, what I observe is waves of infection in the developing world. So it's a very challenging environment. One of the problems is children are out of school, and we think there are 1 billion children out of school, and they have the problem that they move backward in learning when they aren't going forward, when they're not in school. So we have sizable programs to try to help make schools safe and begin allowing people back to school when it's safe and when they're ready, wearing masks.
David, you raise an incredible point, this idea of the toll that this has taken on the least advantaged, both in the United States, but frankly, around the world. We've had Ken Rogoff, we've had Mohamed El-Erian come out and talk about how this emerging world is facing a debt crisis, a social crisis. How much oxygen does the drama in the developed world, with the U.S. election, with the virus getting worse in certain locations, take out of the room from getting aid from some of these wealthier nations and getting it to those that need it?
You know, I would say the wealthier nations have been generous, and one of the challenges is using the aid that is available most as productively as possible. Countries need efficient systems to do the distribution of the equipment, and also if vaccines become available, that's actually a complicated process to actually vaccinate a lot of people. So we're beginning that preparation phase, or working with countries so that they'll be ready if there's a vaccine. But you're exactly right. The inequality of this extends. There's many aspects. One is a lot of developing countries relied heavily on remittances from workers that worked across the border somewhere else, and that flow has slowed down. The biggest problem is their markets have severely declined. So for Africa, they were used to shipping products to Europe. There's just not as much demand. The good news, I would say, is that economies in the advanced countries are showing recovery if you look at the quarter-over-quarter kind of data. And so that's a start, and that will help the developing countries a lot. I would say there's generosity in the world. The complication is COVID is a really bad virus, and so that's just hammering poor people.
David, how on board has China been with extending aid to the developing world, given that they've emerged as one of the largest lenders to the EM complex?
It's several aspects of that. Right at the putting aside where the source origin of the virus, in April and May, they extended the helping hand somewhat to the developing world. So that's important. They had manufacturing equipment for some of the aid, so that's good. The U.S. did that, Europe did that, and so I welcome that. You're right that China has been one of the biggest lenders to the developing world over the last maybe 5 years or 10 years. And so that's a real challenge because some of it comes from a variety of Chinese policy banks and commercial banks and government agencies. Some of them are still taking payments from the poorest countries. I in March, suggested a moratorium for bilateral official creditors so that they would stop taking payments. Kristalina Georgieva, the head of the IMF, and I pushed that, and the G20 endorsed it, and many of the creditors have stopped taking payments from the poorest countries. But unfortunately, commercial creditors are still taking those payments. That means banks, hedge funds, asset managers, and a few of the Chinese agencies are not fully participating. And they're some of the largest creditors. We're talking giant billions and billions in flows that are still coming out of the poorest countries.
David, we've got to leave it there. We appreciate your time this morning, sir. Come back soon. David Malpass there, the World Bank president. Just to bring you some reporting coming from the team down in D.C., this from Jen Jacobs saying the following. Some of the president's closest aides sensed on Wednesday that the president was feeling poorly. He seemed exhausted. Some chalked it up to fatigue from an intense campaign schedule. Others began to worry he had the coronavirus. The latest reporting from the team here at Bloomberg from New York and London. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
COVID-19 has disrupted a generation of workers, hitting younger people the hardest, and the interruption will take a financial toll.
I think there's already some damage to young people that's going to take them a decade to reverse.
There's a real threat to what's going to happen to these folks throughout their career.
I'm Lisa Abramowitz. Join me for Generation Interrupted, a special report this weekend on Bloomberg Television.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. Pablo from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on so you can keep on.
This is a new economic cycle. It's a new bull market. So ultimately, this will be a dip to buy.
This is a bull market that's under some pressure.
People don't like the fact that they don't know what their next 3-6 months are going to be like.
It is possible for unemployment to rise and for GDP to grow at the same time.
The Fed is going to have to be highly accommodative for many, many years.
We're not out of the woods. We're not going to be out of the woods. But things are slowly grinding higher.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene on a most unusual jobs day. There is no question in all my years, this is the oddest jobs day with a bombshell. Earlier this morning, the president and the first lady have contacted the virus. They are at the White House resting comfortably. We'll show a shot of the White House here in a bit, describing the second floor in the president's residential rooms. But John Farrow, right now we're beginning to hear with our Bloomberg reporting from people in Washington.
Heard from Jen Jacob and her reporting, Tom. Brought you that before the top of the hour on the aides close to the president that were concerned about his health. As soon as Wednesday, we find out overnight coming into Friday that he has contracted the coronavirus. We understand the vice president, Tom, has tested negative. So that's good news for Mike Pence. What we don't know yet is where the former vice president, Joe Biden, is at. We do understand, according to CNN, that he will be tested at some point today. This is the problem at the moment, Tom. It's a high-profile track and trace. Everyone that's been in contact with the president, everyone that's been in contact with Hope Hicks over the last week or so. Who were they? Have they been tested? And when we will find out the result of that through the day. It's an odd payrolls Friday because 29 minutes away from payrolls, Tom. We're not talking about payrolls.
Well, we will touch on it as we move forward. And scheduled right now with John Farrow in the 9 o'clock hour is Mr. Kudlow. We'll see if they go ahead with that given the tumult at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Lisa Abramowitz, all of us turned upside down. I thought Henrietta Trey's was just brilliant in the last hour on just how we move forward. And that debate 13 days away just seems forever away, doesn't it?
It also probably is not happening given what we're experiencing right now. As John is calling it, the most expansive track and trace, the most publicized track and trace yet. I will say, when you look at the market today, that pessimism breaking down with futures near session lows right now really speaks to how all of the focus will be on the COVID response, but not necessarily fiscal support, how any divisions aren't necessarily going to be breached, and how the likelihood, as Henrietta Trey said, the likelihood of another deal getting passed pre-election, pretty low right now.
John Farrow, one more observation before we go to our Kevin Cirilli in Washington. What did you observe with Prime Minister Johnson's illness? The president is 74, I believe the Prime Minister 56. And to be blunt, John, and I think underknown in the United States, it was a horrific bout of this virus, wasn't it?
So if my memory serves me correct, Tom, it was the end of March when we learned the Prime Minister had tested positive for coronavirus. For the next week or so, we understood that he was still working, obviously quarantined, but still working. And then things really deteriorated back into the back end of the first week of April, where he actually ended up in intensive care. Now, that's the experience of one individual. And what we know about this virus, Tom, is that one person's experience is completely different to another. Though, as you point out, and I want to be really careful here, as you point out, Tom, you're not making a judgment on the president, you're making a judgment on the demographic he fits into, the health category that you might place him in, and the risks around that. And I think we all acknowledge that this morning. Though I do think we need to be a little bit careful about the condition he's in. We understand that he is still working, Tom. And if we get a change on that, we'll bring it to our audience right here.
The number one information, folks, for those of you joining us on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television worldwide across this nation, is there is this age of 74, the weight of 244 pounds, on the edge of obesity, and the medical professionals are telling us things are fine now. And then there's 1 week out where it becomes determinant of which way any infection and any viral illness will turn. So that awaits us in the days to come. Futures at negative 53. They have deteriorated through the morning. Dow futures at negative 400, a level of 27,282. The VIX out 29.50. And yes, even a somnolent bond market moves. The 10-year 0.66 out 2 basis points, lower by 2 basis points, and a 30-year bond 1.44%. I'll leave it at that, with oil weaker this morning, 37.25 on Brent. Our Kevin Cirilli in Washington. Kevin, what have you learned in the last hour?
Good morning, Tom. I just spoke with a senior aide at the White House who said that they are not anticipating that we will hear from President Trump this morning. Again, that is not the expectation. They are not expecting the president to make remarks this morning. Meanwhile, I've also contacted 2 senior aides to members of Congress who were traveling with the president to and from the debate on Air Force One. One lawmaker was not awake. The other lawmaker said that they are getting tested this morning, and that contact tracing, there is a team of contact tracers who have developed a list in terms of who is in close proximity with the president. I raise this because it offers a glimpse into the procedure that is happening and has been occurring ever since 1 a.m. this morning, when this was made public as it relates to the president and the First Lady, and our Jennifer Jacobs breaking last night, the Hope Hicks diagnosis as well, which is there is a team of officials at the White House who compiles a contact tracing list, and those notifications have been going out over the last couple of hours. Vice President Mike Pence, as you both have mentioned, has now tweeted publicly that he has tested negative for the coronavirus.
Kevin, I do want to push you on the timeline. It's of huge public interest right now. This started with reporting here at Bloomberg that an aide close to the president, Hope Hicks, had contracted the coronavirus and tested positive. It was only hours after that that we learned from the president, and that was his first comment with Sean Hannity on Fox News, that he had just had a test. And the question that is being asked repeatedly, and I think everyone's looking to the administration for clarification, when did they find out that Hope Hicks had tested positive? When did they realize she had symptoms? And at what point did the president find out, and the people close to him? And when was he tested? Because if we find out that Hope Hicks, his aide, tested positive in the morning, and that the president of the United States had only just got tested before that Sean Hannity interview, Kevin, I do want to push it a little bit. Something doesn't add up there. That timeline does not add up.
Well, we don't. There are a lot of questions about the timeline, and questions that, as of 8:07 Eastern this morning, we don't have the answers to. But you're correct. I mean, one of the in the immediate next 2 to 3 hours, that timeline is crucial. When did Hope Hicks contract the virus? When did the president contract the virus? And that's why I raised the issue of the contact tracing team that's working in coordination with Secret Service, with the medical officials in the executive branch, with the medical officials in the United States Congress. And that's where the investigation in many ways is lying.
Kevin, very, very quickly here, what will Vice President Biden do today? Will he campaign? Will he rest? Will he be tested? What's his plan?
we have not heard from the vice president in terms of these developments. I'm anticipating we get remarks within the next hour.
Okay, Kevin Cerulli, thank you so much, our chief Washington correspondent. Jennifer Jacobs leading our print coverage as well on this story. There is an effect on the equity markets. We saw that as the tweet broke from the President of the United States, the recovery in markets, and then the deterioration, futures negative 47. Gina Martin-Adams has seen these seismic political events before and their effect on the market, our chief U.S. equity strategist. Gina, what do markets do in response to such a seismic political event?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say in the short term exactly what happens other than markets will remain extremely volatile. Obviously, we had a couple of days here of market rallies in response to anticipated fiscal reform, and it's pretty clear that given the state of affairs in Washington right now, that's unlikely to happen. So that's taken the wind out of the sails of the market in the short term. Other than that, it's really difficult to say how the market responds, except for in the way that we were anticipating it would respond to the political season anyway, and that's with a lot of volatility and a very choppy trade. Not a lot of people are willing to take on or put on a significant degree of risk in anticipation of the election as it is, and this adds another leg of uncertainty in an election season that was already weighing on stocks. So I would anticipate that the market remains very choppy. We may even go back to testing those June peaks, which proved to be support levels back in the September swoon. That's about 32.30 on the index. We're currently at 33.80. So that's quite a ways below where we are now, but it wouldn't surprise me at all to see us at least retest those levels, as the prospects for fiscal reform have certainly diminished with the news out of the White House this morning.
Given the sense that you do expect further retracement, do you think that the NASDAQ, that the tech-heavy shares are going to underperform as they are this morning, or do you expect something different where they become havens again?
They'll eventually become havens again, but I think that this is going to be more about the cyclicals than anything else. I mean, this is one of the interesting things about June. While we were all focused on what happened in tech, the energy sector basically got obliterated in the month of September. I mean, energy stocks were down more than 15% in September, even though tech was off about 5 or 6%. So we probably will see a downdraft in all cyclical segments. Even the tech stocks are still cyclically oriented, despite the fact that they have behaved somewhat defensively this year. That defense is predicated upon the idea that we will see a recovery, but just a recovery that is more focused on sort of stay-at-home activities. So in my view, you'll see all cyclicals trade lower. Most likely you'll see the super cyclicals like the energies and financials of the world trade much lower than tech, which has at least some degree of defensive quality to it.
Gina, great to catch up. What a morning so far, and not in a good way. Gina Martin-Adams there of Bloomberg Intelligence. Equity futures down, NASDAQ futures off by 2%. Some of the latest reporting from Reuters that I want to share with you all, the following. The president, according to Reuters, is not incapacitated. He will work from his residence. The U.S. vice president, of course, Mike Pence, who we have just shared with you earlier on, had tested negative for coronavirus. He will also work from his residence as well. The White House is to keep the presidential and vice president staffs separate. This all according to Reuters. Just gives you an idea of the workflow this morning, Tom, down in Washington, D.C. We've talked a lot about how difficult it might be to carry on having those negotiations down in Washington. Look, we've seen how this works, how the whole world works when you have to work from home. I'm sure they can still have those talks, Tom. I just wonder whether that is going to be the focus for the next few days into the weekend in Washington.
Well, I would say the focus, John, is the good news that the president will be working. And from the medical people, clearly he can work until a week gestation of the virus to see which way this turns. But, John, it's real simple. Monitoring his health and his strength has really got to be front and center for Dr. Sean Conley.
Some questions this morning as to whether the president would address the nation earlier this morning as well, as Kevin shared with us, and we can confirm, according to an aide, the president is not expected to speak this morning. From New York and London, 17 minutes away from payrolls, this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. More on that stunning news from the White House. President Trump says he and his wife Melania have tested positive for the coronavirus. That happened shortly after a close aide, Hope Hicks, fell ill with the disease. The president's doctor says the president and First Lady plan to remain at the White House. He said President Trump will continue to carry out his duties without disruption. And we're just minutes away from the last US jobs report before the November election. The numbers are expected to show a sharp deceleration in labor market gains. According to analysts surveyed by Bloomberg, employers probably added 875,000 workers in September. That's down from almost 1.4 million in August. The jobs report is out at 8:30 a.m. New York time. And stimulus talks remain on life support after the House passed a Democrat-only $2.2 trillion package. That bill did nothing to bridge the gap with Republicans who want to spend less. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
We're taking this obviously very seriously. We'll certainly be careful, but we've been awful careful for months and months and months, and we're doing our best to keep everybody safe.
Secretary of State there, Mike Pompeo. As the news that rocks the world breaks this morning, the President of the United States testing positive for coronavirus. It shakes up this equity market too. We're 12 minutes away From payrolls in America, and here is your equity market. We are down hard on the S&P, negative 46 and off by 1.3%. In a bond market, you wouldn't know anything's happened, 0.66% on a 10-year, euro dollar 117.25. Tom Keene, we have hardly talked about it this morning. It is Payrolls Friday, and the focus is very much elsewhere.
It is very much upon us right now, and we've got qualified people to give us perspective here on the labor economy. James Glassman joins us now from J.P. Morgan Chase, as he often does on Jobs Day. Jim Glassman, maybe more than any other report I've ever seen, this one's odd. Is the labor market moving so quickly that you deem this an ancient and dated report?
No, it's all important, but I think what's interesting. I don't think most people know that national output, that's GDP or gross output, whatever you want to look at, has recovered about 80% of the ground that we lost in March and April. But the job market, it is recovering, and unemployment's down about half of what it was. But the job market's only recovered about half of the ground lost, and a lot of the problem is still centered in the small business community. We still have 10 million people unemployed. A lot of this is, no surprise, it's surrounding the restaurants and the bars and the fitness centers. I think it is impressive that we're seeing a recovery, and it seems steady when you look at the weekly jobless claims reports. I think the bigger challenge is ahead of us, though. The bigger challenge is anybody connected to the air travel system, because it's just really stunning.
Yeah.
How light the flow is.
Yeah, well, we saw that. I know Flight Trader has that global statistic, which is appalling. Jim Glassman, what is your unemployment rate? I don't buy the statistic of 8.x%. What is the Glassman unemployment rate?
Well, the BLS says anywhere from 8.5 to 11. They've got an issue with some people are not employed, but they're classified as employed. Here's the issue that I think is a bigger deal. If you're self-employed, Uber driver, you're basically considered employed. And yet, because your income is way down from what it was, you do qualify for benefits from the unemployment insurance system. So we've got 12 million people or so still on getting benefits from that PUA program. That tells you that the unemployment statistics that you're seeing it's kind of masking. The problem behind the scenes is that there are a lot of people who maybe they're employed because they're self-employed, but they're not earning what they were because most of them are connected to this air travel system. So I think we don't know. The best thing we can say is that there's improvement. I think if GDP is doing as well as it looks like, then we're going to continue to see that kind of improvement. But we're not through this yet, and we need to figure out how to get people comfortable moving again. And we need to get that medical answer behind us.
People comfortable moving again, the key point, especially this morning, as the virus very much front and center with President Trump being diagnosed as positive, along with his wife. This is the question Ellen Zentner raised, which is so much depends on behavior. And so far, in certain areas, the behavior has been to be a little bit more lax and take a little bit more risk and perhaps travel a bit more and add to the economic recovery. Do you expect a retracement of that behavioral boom in certain areas of the United States as people perhaps reassess in light of the recent developments?
I don't think we're seeing much of a change in air travel. Where you've seen the big change is all the kids going back to college. That's where a lot of the problems have been centered. I think if you're young, you feel a little more protected. I think episodes like this make us a little more respectful of the disease. The real problem is no one's banned from flying. It's just that it's a relatively safe business right now, and there are a lot of airlines who are trying to show people that it can be safe, it can be done safely. Trips to nowhere, you get on and you fly discounted flights for 3 hours and come back down. I think once we get the medical answer, that's kind of the key. We always knew that when you know there is a medical answer to this disease, we're going to all breathe a little easier. It'll take time to get people comfortable doing what they were doing before, but we are seeing slowly getting back to business without the kind of problems that you might have feared.
So, Jim, a lifetime ago, say, I don't know, 2 days, 1 day ago, we were talking about the job cuts announced at some of the biggest employers around the world, this idea that there was a shift from the services side to bigger industry, to higher paid positions, to the banking sector. How concerned are you about this and the potential scarring that it will cause?
Well, there is a big scarring that will come if it takes a long time to get people moving again, business travel, leisure travel, because there's a lot of ancillary businesses connected to this, hotels, rental cars. You can sort of see it in our data, actually. Hotels, municipalities, municipal budgets are being hurt by the lack of travel, tourism, sales tax receipts. So that's the real big hurdle ahead of us, because much of the economy has done pretty remarkably well getting back to life. Restaurants are going to be a bigger challenge, and the fitness centers and the bars. But I think the bigger issue is anyone connected to our travel system. The world's not moving, and it's hard to figure out how to. It's a psychological issue, really. It's less of a health issue, and more getting people comfortable with sort of returning, taking their trips, traveling around. That's not going to happen for a while, I think, and it's hard to believe anybody's got a good answer for that right now.
Jim, always great to catch up, especially on Payrolls Friday. Jim Glassman there of JP Morgan Chase Commercial Banking. Thank you, sir. Equity futures down 43. We're off by 1.28%. The story of this morning, the President of the United States testing positive for coronavirus, along with the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. The latest, we're going to see much more of this. Individuals in and around the President being tested for the coronavirus. Another one, Secretary Mnuchin testing negative for COVID-19. So that's the Treasury Secretary, Stephen Mnuchin, testing negative this morning for coronavirus, Tom. And we're waiting for the other headlines to drop as more and more people in and around the President are tested for this. And one person in particular we want to hear from too, the former Vice President Joe Biden, Tom, who is right there up against the President of the United States Tuesday night in those debates. And so far, we've not heard much at all.
Well, we have not heard much at all. CBS out on Twitter from a source suggesting that Mr. Biden will be tested this morning. I know he has Michigan trips planned. I'm not sure, John, if they will go off. Again, John, I really want to emphasize, in our Wall Street time, you and I are at it at 6 a.m. or even earlier. Right now at 8:20 a.m. Washington time, it is a city just waking up to this shocking news.
It's a country waking up to this shocking news as well. How shocking, we don't know yet. What we understand from Reuters is the President is not incapacitated. He is still working from the residence alongside the Vice President, Mike Pence, who's working in his residence separately as well. Payroll's 5 minutes away, Tom. I think I've done this only once this morning. Talked about the estimates in the Bloomberg survey. So here they are. Your median, 859,000. That's the median estimate in our survey. The previous number, 1.37 million. The unemployment rate, Tom, expected to come down from 8.4 to 8.2.
We'll see. Michael McKee has entered the room, and that is a good thing, John.
Michael McKee getting ready for the numbers to drop. 4 minutes and about 15 seconds away. After those numbers drop, Michael McKee gets through them, and then we hear from Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. From New York and London on this Payrolls Friday, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
De esta manera me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en unas 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
atendieron en el hospital. Al salir, nos avisó una compañera que ya nos habían reportado a migración.
Gracias a Dios ahorita de salud yo estoy muy bien, pero en lo moral no estoy muy bien, porque a causa de esta enfermedad yo perdí todo, perdí mi trabajo.
Yo creo que mi caso resulta un gran problema de cómo las personas migrantes estamos en riesgo de explotación por parte de los empleadores.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
The second half will be a lot stronger than the first half in China. We're heading to what we call the golden season of auto sales.
We are very confident, we're going to have another big growth 2021 versus 2020.
We did not see people kind of holding back.
Chinese customers are into, right now, buying individual mobility.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance live on Bloomberg TV and radio with your jobs number breaking any second now. Equity futures down 42 with the data. Here's Mike McKee.
All right, John, we are just awaiting the data drop. Remember, they do this all virtually now on the web instead of having lockups with the press, and so the numbers have not dropped.
It is so different than it used to be.
I got it now. Total payroll employment up by 661,000. So 661,000, that's about 200,000 lower than the estimate. The final estimate was 859,000. The unemployment rate, though, does drop to 7.9% from 8.4%. That is even more than forecast. We were expecting a drop to 8.2% for the month. Let's take a look at some of the other numbers that we care about here in the details of this. The labor force participation rate, we want to keep track of how many people are coming back into the labor force. It decreased to 61.4%, so it appears people dropping out of the economy a little bit. At this point, unable to see openings out there. The number of people who are not in the labor force but want a job, 7.2 million. That's little changed over the month. Let me take a look now at some of the other data that we've got here. The number of employed people rises by 275,000. The number of unemployed people falls by 970,000. So that's why you get the drop in the unemployment rate, a big drop in the number of people who are unemployed at this point. The number of people, let me see here, the key number that I want to find, take me just a second here. Well, let me give you another number. In the meantime, average hourly earnings up 0.1%. That's a 4.7% gain on the week, and average weekly hours 34.7. The U6 number, which I know Tom loves, 12.8%. That drops from 14.2.
I noticed here, Michael, and folks, I just really want to emphasize here that this has so changed over the many years with this new, very clumsy virtual rollout. It was much better with Michael McKee hermetically sealed in a building in Washington getting us through this. To me, Michael McKee, just now we get the famed statistical summary out, which is a much richer set of statistics. And Michael McKee, to me, the great thing here is the revisions, which really give a nice oomph to the countable, better unemployed statistics.
Yeah, we get 145,000 additional jobs found over the last 2 months, so that adds to the 661 and brings us up pretty much to 800,000. But that's still lower than the forecast for the month. And it does show, I guess the overall number here, what it shows is that the number of people who are in the labor force looking for jobs, we're able to find them, but that increased. But the number of people who, the number of jobs that were restored is much less. And so it does suggest that the economy slowed down in August.
And Mike, this is what a lot of people expected too. After 26 weeks, the Bureau of Labor Statistics counts people as permanently unemployed, and those ranks are rising. I want to talk about the change in wages and how it rose less than expected. Does that say anything about the composition of jobs that are being added versus those being eliminated from the workforce?
I haven't looked at the breakdown, but my guess is that what you saw is a lot of jobs restored in the higher wage, the white collar, so to speak, kinds of jobs, and fewer jobs created in the blue collar work, construction, manufacturing. But let me check on those here and let you know. But the one number I was looking for that I really wanted to take a look at here is the job losses that we have seen. The number of people who are on temporary layoff dropped by about 2 million. And the number of people who say they are permanent job losers rose by about 300,000. So more people still reporting that their jobs have gone away in the recent months rather than just furloughed and planning to be able to come back.
Well, Michael McKee with the oddest jobs report, I think, forever and ever. And the market's showing the inelasticity here because simply they're focused on the president and the first lady's illness. Futures negative 45, Dow futures maybe a little better than the negative 400 earlier, negative 364. The VIX, two big figures, 28.65. John Farrell, I'll let you worry about the bond market. That's your area, not mine. It would be good, John, now to fold in somebody prodigious in the mathematics and dynamics of this odd bond market with the American economy and with the shocks in Washington.
We can bring in Jeff Rosenberg, BlackRock portfolio manager of the Systematic Multi-Strategy Fund. Jeff, great to have you with us, sir. Your response on the jobs market, but more importantly, perhaps, a conversation that I know is dominating things over at BlackRock at the moment and the fixed income team. What treasuries aren't doing. They're not doing a lot, Jeff. Why?
Yeah, they're not doing a lot on this morning on payrolls. Just to comment on the payrolls, the headline is a little bit below forecast, but it's a very different labor market payroll report. The span of uncertainty here is about 2 million jobs. Government was a little bit weaker. If you look at private payrolls, that was pretty much on the screws. But to your second question, John, which is really the much more kind of salient conversation, is that, the rate market volatility is just incredibly dampened and for good reason. And that is, the Fed has ushered in a tremendous amount of firepower to basically support financial market stability in the aftermath of the coronavirus shock in March and April, and now pivoting to a very clear message of a long run, right, all the way out through the forecast period of zero interest rates and moving QE into the accommodation mode. So you're seeing very, very small moves now in the rate market.
Very interesting. Futures at negative 50. What is really good is to let Michael McKee have 12 seconds to actually read the pages of documents. This is a more informed Michael McKee.
Well, I just want to pick up on something that Jeff just said about government losses. The total government job losses, 216,000. And if you look at the underlying numbers, local government education down by 231,000. This was expected by a lot of analysts, and this is what's really depressed the numbers, and it's probably related to seasonal factors. In September, teachers and all the workers at the schools, the custodians, the cooks, the bus drivers, all go back to work. But this time, because of virtual school, many of them did not. The seasonal factors expected a bump, didn't get it, and so pushed the number down below where it otherwise would be. So the number is the total number of jobs, 661,000, lower than anticipated, but it may not be real, as Jeff Rosenberg was just saying.
Messy report, Mike. Always great to get the reality checks that you bring for us. Jeff Rosenberg, this is the last employment report until the November 3rd election. What is the narrative as you see it coming from this?
Well, there's another thing just to focus for a second on the payroll report. Leisure and hospitality is up again quite significant, and it is a reminder. Mike just talked about the schools and the teachers, and that's a negative drag in the report. The positive part is you are seeing the effects of reopening in this report. So you're seeing strong figures there. That's some good news, and it's a reminder that we are moving through. There is a reopening it's in fits and starts. And now I think when you consider today's headlines, it's really about a reminder, and we're seeing these reminders in many areas, aspects, right? So here in New York City, schools are reopening. Some schools that reopened earlier have already had to close down, and that we are dealing with the uncertainties of what, the potential of a second wave might look like. And I think that's really the kind of big picture story around, today's headlines. And it's really going to be how aggressive and necessary will any policy response in terms of shutdowns and constraints on the economy be. And that's really weighing on here financial markets. It's pushing up expectations for perhaps a fiscal policy response that we know is kind of stuck in Congress. Perhaps that increases in its likelihood. And these are really going to be the themes that dominate the economic outlook and therefore also the market outlook.
All right, so you were talking, Jeff, about the policy response, potential shutdowns, but as we've seen, it's not necessarily an official shutdown that causes the economic ramifications. It's people being nervous that they're going to get the virus, right? It's human behavior. Yeah. It's the psychology of it. And I got to say, this morning, coming in, seeing the headlines, seeing the most high-profile track and trace you've ever seen going on in the White House and throughout Washington, D.C., you have to wonder what that does to psychology, how much that puts a dampener on the U.S. economic recovery. Do you expect, given the diminished expectations for a fiscal response, do you expect the U.S. economy to continue to at least grow, given all the headwinds that we currently see?
Well, I do. It's about the second derivative of that growth in terms of how much negative impact and drag do you get. And you raise a really good point that you don't have to have government mandated shutdowns to see the effect. Now, what's important about that effect is that it hurts very specific segments of the economy, right? So if it's people reacting to the fear, that hurts restaurants, it hurts retail, it hurts leisure and hospitality. The things I just mentioned, that in September we're seeing some recovery. But if you don't have the full-born shutdown, you don't necessarily see that spill over into manufacturing and into other parts of the economy that, if allowed to, can continue to practice as they implemented safer measures, social distancing that allowed manufacturing in the era of pandemic to continue.
Jeff Rosenberg with us from BlackRock as we consider this jobs report, the revisions, futures really pretty much unchanged off the shock in Washington. Our Michael McKee with further insight. Michael?
The numbers here that Lisa was talking about earlier, and what you see is an interesting number for construction workers, only 26,000. And we've seen such gains in housing, particularly in new home construction. Yeah, and it may be that we're finding a problem in finding workers to do the jobs. Manufacturing jobs up 66,000. And you'd look at retail trade, interesting, 142,000 jobs. That's significantly lower than the 261,000 last month. But it is a lot of jobs when people talk about the idea of maybe that we lost a lot of stores. You got to wonder if they maybe are still trying.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. Jeff Rosenberg, one more insight here before we get to this lead story across this nation, and that is, can you explain to me how banks make money in the Rosenberg nominal yield space? I really haven't understand how they're going to jump through that hoop. How are they going to do it?
Well, it's still all about credit transformation, right? So borrowing at lower rates than they're earning on their loans. And despite the yield curve being exceptionally flat, banks' financing costs are still very, very low, supported by government policy. And when you consider the charges in terms of credit and credit spread, that's really how banks are finding net income margin. And so they can find profitability there.
Well, this has been wonderful. Jeff Rosenberg, what an odd jobs day. Thank you so much for helping us try to make some semblance of normality. And always thank you to our Michael McKee as well. It has been a commitment of Bloomberg surveillance from February, our first shocks over what we saw. We decided, along, frankly, with one of our listeners named Michael Bloomberg, that we were going to speak to medical experts. We're going to do that right now with Peter Hotez. But first, from the Johns Hopkins University, Dr. Pekos.
We know the president is in one of the high-risk groups for serious consequences of SARS-CoV-2 infection. We know that it's really going to be now a process of monitoring. We want to see how the symptoms progress. We know that when it comes to a few days down the line, there's a turning point where your own immune system begins to drive some of the symptoms that you're feeling. And it's that sort of fulcrum point that'll be critical to watch for.
I will not mince words. That was a chilling moment with Dr. Pekos earlier this morning. Of course, the reports, I believe it was from Reuters earlier, the president resting comfortably at the White House in his full capacities this morning. But we need to get on 1 week, as we do with each and every patient of this virus. Peter Hotez joins us from Baylor, his work at Yale University, and particularly biochemistry at the Rockefeller University in New York years ago. Peter Hotez, your thoughts on the first week of when anyone gets this terrible virus?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. You know, I do worry about the president and his family. He does have a lot of risk factors that we know about, both his age that everyone has mentioned, and of course, some of his underlying what we call comorbidities. I don't think we know anything about hypertension or diabetes, but his weight is potentially a factor. We don't really know why. There's one theory out there that there's a lot of virus receptors in adipose tissue, and that would be an interesting possibility. So he is at high risk. And I'm extremely worried about how he'll do with this virus. And he's just somebody that he's going to have to be monitored very closely. And I would have a pretty low threshold of bringing him to Walter Reed if he starts having any decompensation.
Well, you knew, Peter, that's right where I wanted to go. And I go back, Peter, to a wonderful conversation, actually a very sad conversation, with Adam Bernheim of Mount Sinai, one of their acclaimed radiologists. And I'm going to say early March, which, as you say, it is the tissue that becomes so damaging in this virus. The president obviously having some of those symptoms. I should point out some people have said I'm in that class as well. What is the path to get to a hospital? What will Dr. Conry look for at the White House before he makes a decision to hospitalize any patient?
Well, there's a couple of things. One, monitoring his oxygen, because we learned from that horrible epidemic in New York in March and April that sometimes you can have pretty low oxygen levels in your blood, even without a lot of respiratory distress. And this is very interesting. So one of the reasons why you have respiratory distress with typical pneumonias is because you're retaining carbon dioxide, not because your oxygen is low. With this virus, sometimes you can not retain carbon dioxide, but you'll still have low oxygen. So you can have stunningly low oxygen levels, even without having respiratory distress. And that may account for some of the sudden deaths we're seeing. So that's one thing to look for. Another is, remember, this virus is not just a pulmonary virus like we initially thought when it came out of Wuhan, that it attacks the vasculature. So you're getting blood clots forming. That means pulmonary emboli, strokes. It means heart attacks. And this is why someone like the president would really, somebody you'd really want to monitor very closely his neurologic status. As I say, I think someone like this, you'd probably have a low threshold for monitoring him in the hospital, where you've got all the bells and whistles and you can really follow him a little bit closer with monitoring.
And I'm sure his doctors will be doing a very good and judicious job of that. I will say, bringing you this headline from the New York Times saying that President Trump's virus case so far is mild, simply cold-like symptoms. I know, however, Dr. Hotez, that people will be watching him very closely. In the meantime, the track and trace game taking hold in Washington, D.C., fear pervading everyone who has been in contact with President Trump, which raises a question about contagiousness, when people are most contagious, and the path of transmission. Can you give us any insight on the latest knowledge there?
Yeah, I mean, this has been one of the real problems, right, for this virus, is that it replicates in large amounts in the upper airway, the mouth, the nose, and even in people without symptoms. So there's some modeling studies coming out of Yale, out of Alison Galvani's group, showing that up to 50% of transmission is occurring among asymptomatic individuals. And now there was a huge paper that just came out yesterday in Science magazine from the group in India, Raman and Laxman Ryan, showing that 20 to 40-year-olds are contributing a huge amount of virus, in part because they are without symptoms. So that kind of fits in with the Hope Hicks narrative a little bit. So this is something that, and this is why it's been so problematic. It's really a nightmare virus in the sense that you've got two groups of people, those falling very ill and going into ICUs and having long haul injury, and those who are walking around the virus, shedding a lot of virus with no symptoms. And this is why it's been so vexing and why we were in the middle of this awful, awful pandemic.
Indeed, it is awful, and we are getting a very fast-moving swath of headlines this morning. Former Vice President Biden coming out saying that he sends his thoughts to President Trump as well as the First Lady to recover, and Steve Mnuchin also saying that he is doesn't have to quarantine himself. There is a question as we move forward also about the death rate, as we understand more about the virus, as we understand more about how much of the population may be infected. Do we have a revised mortality rate?
It's still looking pretty high, given the president's condition and underlying comorbidities and age. But we are a little further along in this epidemic than we were back in April and March, and that has some advantages as well. We do have a couple of new monoclonal antibody therapies that are still in the early stages, but now they've gone through some early clinical testing for safety, and that's a possibility to consider, the Regeneron monoclonal antibodies or the Abcella or Lilly monoclonal antibodies. And then we have more arrows in our quiver than we've had before, of course, with dexamethasone and anticoagulant therapy. So there's a lot we can do proactively if we're concerned about the health of the president.
Peter Hotez, one of the great conundrums here as we look at this news, and I know you'll have a busy day in searching for that yeast-based vaccine we talked about last time, is the great leap of the young people getting the virus and they're okay, and, with great respect for Ms. Hicks or for any of the other people younger, and then somebody old, for an example, me, not you, Peter, someone old like me, someone old like the president, someone old like the president gets it, and it's really serious. Address and speak now worldwide to younger people who think they're immune to this virus.
Yeah, this is a really important point, Tom. And remember, even though most younger people do well, we're still seeing lots of long-haul injuries and even deaths among young people, especially with certain groups. So, for instance, the CDC came out with an important document this summer. I testified at the Congressional Hispanic Caucus this week because 35% of the deaths among Hispanic populations in the U.S. occur under the age of 65, for 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds. So this virus is robbing us of a lot of mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters. So that narrative has not really been well explained to people. So that's another real important piece.
Peter, one final question, and I want to go back to David Baltimore and your storied academics at Yale and at Rockefeller as well. Are we trying to reinvent the wheel? All this is about is the medicine is frankly the same as it was in the 80s and the early 70s of Baltimore, and frankly, the medicine's remarkably same as it was in 1919?
I think we've moved beyond that, not as fast as I'd like, because remember, the anti-infective market, as they call it in the pharma industry, has not been strong because it's not a big moneymaker for the pharma company. So it's not been prioritized like it has for diseases illnesses where you have to take medicine every day. So the anti-infective is a short-term treatment, and therefore it's not as lucrative for the big pharma companies. But we do have some really exciting monoclonal antibody therapies. We have some antiviral drugs. We could do much better at exploration and R&D, and a number of us have been saying, okay, if we can't rely on the big pharma companies to start doing the R&D and produce these medicines, should we be looking elsewhere, creating nonprofit biotechs? Or we're going to the key piece to this, Tom, is we need almost as much innovation in the business model as we do in the science. And when young people talk to me, they say they want to go into infectious disease and global health. What should I do, Dr. Hotez? They're often very disappointed when I tell them get a good MBA or get a law degree, because we need as much innovation in the creating sustainable business model for these things as anything else.
Peter Hotez, thank you so much on this historic day for joining us. He is with Baylor College of Medicine. The headlines are extraordinary, and Lisa Abramowitz, I just want to go with one off the radar, which shows the global sense of this. I find this extraordinary. Of course, folks, we're so advantaged by the Bloomberg global feed. New virus rules in Madrid, Spain, to, quote, provoke chaos. That from a Madrid official. I mean, this morning, Lisa, it's focused on the president, but worldwide, there is a sense of chaos in so many urban areas.
Yeah, and adding to this chaos is a lack of consistency globally and even within nations and even within cities as to guidelines, how to handle this virus, how to adequately protect yourself, wearing a mask, not wearing a mask, how far away you stay from people. The science is emergent, as is the attitudes toward this. And Tom, one big question as we look at President Trump and his diagnosis is that attitude, that sentiment. How much will this shift things or not at all? I mean, honestly, Tom, a key issue.
Well, it's front and center, and I don't know what the shift will be other than the political battle, because I believe the election is still on for the first Tuesday of November. What I do believe is we've seen a deterioration in the tape. Lisa, I'll go to you on the bond market in a moment. Futures negative 58, Dow futures now negative 471. Breaking down, we've broken down twice more this morning. This is a third time down. We are not to new intraday lows, negative 59 on SPX, but nevertheless getting there quickly, and we get back near where we were on September 30. Not quite there yet. Lisa?
Yeah, and you're seeing a similar move with Treasury yields. They aren't doing that much, as we have been seeing over the past couple of weeks, but they also are near session lows. And Tom, we definitely have the president and his diagnosis taking up all the attention this morning. This jobs report, though, really important, Tom. I really cannot emphasize this enough. People are getting discouraged. They are just exiting the labor market. They're saying the opportunities just aren't there. We're not even going to try to look for a job. And that's what you saw. Permanent unemployment picking up, the participation rate going down. This is key, and this is the last read on the labor market ahead of the election. And frankly, the fact that President Trump has COVID, the fact that Washington is nervous, really removes some of the momentum that perhaps the Democrats and the Republicans were getting with another stimulus report. We don't really have a sense of that, but right now, kind of getting priced out.
And of course, we saw this, folks, with Jim Glasswood of J.P. Morgan, this partition of some companies adapting, getting back to work, but small business across America, just, there's no other way to put it, flat on their back. Just a lot more to come up here. Futures at negative 57 right now. Dow futures negative 457. Lisa, we really need to say thank you to a global effort by Bloomberg this morning, starting at midnight, truly at midnight, coming out of London, and all across the continent of Europe on this story.
Absolutely. A lot of reaction from international leaders, whether it's Boris Johnson wishing President Trump well, Vladimir Putin wishing him well, people wondering, you know, what this means for the United States. A number of officials this morning coming out and saying that they have tested negative, which should calm some sense of the line of power in Washington, D.C. Mike Pence testing negative this morning.
Most important headline of the day, and I'll give Reuters credit for that the president rests comfortably at the White House. They made very clear he is doing his duties today, and that is a good thing. We'll have much more on this through this Friday and into the weekend. Please stay with us on Bloomberg Radio and on Bloomberg Television. Dr. El Arian coming up with John Farrow, The Open.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
COVID-19 has disrupted a generation of workers, hitting younger people the hardest, and the interruption will take a financial toll.
I think there's already some damage to young people that's going to take them a decade to reverse.
There's a real threat to what's going to happen to these folks throughout their career.
I'm Lisa Abramowitz. Join me for Generation Interrupted, a special report this weekend on Bloomberg Television.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now. 30 minutes away from the opening bell with equity futures negative 52. We're off by a little more than 1.5%. We begin with a big issue. The President of the United States testing positive for coronavirus. Tonight, the First Lady and I tested positive for COVID-19. We will begin our quarantine and recovery process immediately. We will get through this together. It was the tweet that rocked the market. The White House physician saying, rest assured, I expect the president to continue carrying out his duties without disruption while recovering, and I will keep you updated on any future developments. The market attention immediately turning to the upcoming election, the president's ability to campaign, and what it means for the policy agenda in D.C. On the latest from the markets desk, here's Kelly Lyons.
Well, John, it is the news of the morning, and here is what we know thus far. We know that Hope Hicks, an advisor to President Trump, fell ill with the virus earlier this week after traveling with the president on Air Force One. Bloomberg reported that yesterday, and then, of course, overnight, the president confirming he and the First Lady have also tested positive and are now quarantining at the White House. Now, the New York Times reporting this morning that so far the president's case is mild. He just has cold-like symptoms, but nonetheless, he does join the ranks of other world leaders who have come down with a positive virus case, the likes of the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson as well as Jair Bolsonaro over in Brazil. Now, as far for U.S. leaders who have been close to President Trump in recent days, we know the Vice President Mike Pence and his wife, as well as Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, have tested negative. And Democratic nominee Joe Biden, who shared the debate stage with the president just 2 days ago, is expected to get tested for COVID today, according to people familiar with the matter. But there is a lot of contract tracing that needs to happen here. The lines could very well ripple all the way through Washington, John. And of course, this does raise a lot of policy concerns, both from a domestic standpoint with ongoing stimulus talks, a confirmation vote for the Supreme Court supposed to be getting underway, as well as geopolitics. Plus, we are 31 days out from that election, John, and clearly this positive diagnosis limits the president's ability to campaign. He has already canceled several upcoming rallies and events. And according to Predicted, this has actually changed the dynamics of the race, John. Predicted, of course, betting odds on who will win the presidency. After this diagnosis from the president, they now say there is a greater chance the winner will be known on November 3rd. And they also are predicting at this point that Ohio will be won by Joe Biden. Of course, the market reacting to all of this, John, futures pointing to a negative open. And if you look at the VIX futures curve, now elevated through January, February, March, the uncertainty around the election looking like it's going to last far beyond November, John.
Kelly Lyons, thank you. 28 minutes away from that opening bell, as Kelly indicated. Equity futures down hard, off by 57, negative 1.7%. Crude is where the story is in the commodity market. WTI dropping as much as 5% in New York City. In the bond market, post-payrolls, yes, payrolls did happen 32 minutes ago. We'll talk about that in a moment. Yields in 2 basis points to 0.65%. Very pleased to say, as we have been lucky to do every single Friday here on Bloomberg TV, Mohammed Al-Arian of Allianz and Bloomberg Opinion, and now of Queen's College, Cambridge, joins us right now. Mohammed, your initial reaction to the news of this morning, please. We'll get to payrolls in a moment, but the president's health and how you're processing that this morning.
So it basically means yet another confirmation that we are in a world of unusual uncertainty. Jonathan, I just listed some of the uncertainties triggered by this news. Of course, the health of the president and the first lady, and we wish them well. Question of who else may have gotten it. What about the vice president, Biden? And then you get to what does it mean for the election? What does it mean for stimulus? What does it mean for lawmakers thinking about how they strike the balance between public health, economic reopening, and individual freedom? And finally, what does it mean about the general perception about human counterparty risk? What we saw in the United Kingdom when Prime Minister Johnson got it is people suddenly realized they were vulnerable. If the Prime Minister can get it, I can get it. And that made human counterparty risk more of an issue. And we know that that has implications for the economy. So the list of uncertainties is huge. And then when you come to the marketplace, it puts on the table again something that you and I have discussed. How long can the liquidity conditioning, which has fueled this notion of buy every dip, there is no alternative to equities, you don't want to miss out on something, how long will that liquidity conditioning persist?
Mohammed, Queen's College Cambridge are lucky to have you now, but you're still chairing over at Gramercy Funds. Also, just to lean on your experience of PIMCO and running portfolios as well, every investor committee has a process. Mohammed, can you lift the lid on what a process looks like this morning? What that conversation around the table would sound like with news like this?
Yeah, if you're a tactical investor, the guiding philosophy has been respect the technicals. The liquidity technicals are very strong. Respect them. No matter what you think about fundamentals, acknowledge that this is a market that is driven by liquidity and the conditioning that it has enabled and reinforced. Today, the hardest discussion is going to be, do we fade those technicals? Is this it? At some point, we knew there would be one little element that brings into sharp focus all the uncertainties that has been ignored so far. Is this it? And you know what, John? It is impossible to know. I don't know how you predict this. So I always say, look beyond that and ask yourself, what is it ultimately that will anchor you? And to the extent that you make a mistake, can you afford the mistake? Is it recoverable or not?
Well, let's talk about the anchor in a portfolio right now, Mohammed. On the screen is an equity market gap in lower and a treasury market not doing much at all. We've seen this play out week after week for the last several weeks. What's the anchor of a portfolio in 2020?
It's hard because investors have discovered in September two things. One is liquidity cannot repress all volatility. And two is that the risk mitigation that they thought was available to them isn't, because the bond market is so distorted itself. And I remember your comment, John, when we were swinging widely in terms of equities, and you noting that the swing in the 10-year yields were just 6 basis points. And if that doesn't show you that the traditional government bond role is no longer being played, I don't know what will. So investors are going to find this really hard, both in terms of how do you cope with volatility, how do you balance technicals versus fundamentals, and what do you do if the only thing offering you risk mitigation is cash?
And at the moment, what we're playing headline roulette around a story that now involves the health of the president. But over the last couple of days, it's all been about a fiscal package. The story this morning, about 24 minutes out from the opening bell, equities down 1.8%. Equity futures are negative. In the bond market, not much. Yields coming around about 2 basis points to 0.65 on a 10-year. 7 minutes into this programme on a payrolls Friday, and we still haven't discussed the jobs number. That just tells you the gravity of the situation down in D.C., and the conversation is very much elsewhere. On that payrolls figure, let's get to Mike McKee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, payroll's worse than forecast, unemployment better than forecast, but both of those numbers come with significant caveats. Total non-farm payroll employment rose by 661,000 in September. That's about 200,000 less than the consensus forecast. The unemployment rate declined to 7.9%. The forecast was for about 8.2%. But the payrolls miss was seasonals. Employment in local and government education and state government education fell by 280,000. All the custodians, all the bus drivers, the cooks who would have been at schools now that we're all virtual almost around the country, are not on payrolls, and that's made a big difference. The unemployment miss is affected by the same misclassification error that the Labor Department has been dealing with throughout the pandemic. They say without the misclassification of people, the unemployment rate would have been 8.3%. So it definitely appears the economy slowed from August into September. More people coming back into the labor force and finding their jobs aren't there anymore. 345,000 report permanent job loss during the month. Some quick categories: construction only 26,000, and the issue there is, do we have enough construction workers given how strong that industry is? Manufacturing only 66,000, retail 142,000, better than perhaps some people might have thought. But transportation and warehousing up 74,000. We know that Amazon and others have been hiring because people are buying much more on the internet. And of course, the category hit the worst: accommodation and food service. 251,000 jobs restored during the month, so some of those restaurants and bars are reopening. Other numbers: labor force participation falls a lot, 0.3 to 61.4%. Some people giving up on the idea of being able to find a job. Average hourly earnings up to 4.7%, hours worked 34.7, John. So it isn't as headline news as the president, but there is an economic impact from COVID going around still.
It's important for the people to make up the numbers. Mike McKee, thank you. Mohammed's still with us, I'm pleased to say. Mohammed, momentum, the buzzword this morning with my colleagues Tom Keane and Lisa Abramowitz. Are we losing momentum, and to what degree?
Oh, we're definitely losing momentum, and we have been losing momentum, and every other indicator except for manufacturing has been suggesting that. And I would stress two numbers from Mike's really comprehensive coverage. The fall in the participation rate, that is notable. And secondly, even when you adjust, you're talking about monthly job creation that are half of what they were a month ago. And they just confirm that the ongoing recovery is slowing and falling further behind what is needed and what would be possible if you got the right reaction on Capitol Hill. And I worry a little bit that this doesn't include the major announcement we got from the big companies of major layoffs. So far, most of the damage to the jobs market is from the smaller companies. So keep an eye on the bigger ones.
Well, the bigger one, 28,000 from the Walt Disney Company, which I think is what you're alluding to, Mohammed, along with the airlines that could be running in the tens of thousands as well altogether. Mohammed, we've been lucky to go on this journey with you. It's been an ugly journey, but lucky to have you with us to help you guide us. The first phase for corporations was to get that liquidity, the access to cash and credit. I just wonder your thoughts now as the second phase seems to come into sharper focus, how you think that develops going into 21.
Yeah, the second phase is all being governed by one word: resizing. Resize to a new reality. And that resizing involves not just doing things differently, but also being smaller in terms of your employment count. So unfortunately, the resizing that's going on may make companies more efficient, but it will certainly have an impact on the economy, on spending. So keep an eye on that.
Mohammed, great to catch up with you. Congratulations on the move. The president of Queen's College, Cambridge, Mohammed Al-Arian. Looking at the equity market, equity futures down 61, negative 1.8%. A developing story. The president testing positive for coronavirus. That news breaking this morning. Let's wrap up the headlines and cross over to Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
Well, John, truly shocking news this morning that the Western world is waking up to, that the leader of the free world, President Trump, is testing positive or has tested positive for the coronavirus, COVID-19. A few headlines breaking over the last few minutes. One, a doctor saying that as far as he is known, he's been told that the president is asymptomatic. Now, we also have Mitch McConnell saying that he could see a remote presidential debate because, of course, President Trump being positive for the virus does call into question the election or adds another layer of uncertainty to it. As for the wide circle of folks who are in contact with President Trump, of course, the First Lady is positive. However, Vice President Michael Pence, he is negative, as is Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. That circle is wide, however, John, so we'll certainly be waiting for news on the likes of Jared Kushner and Mark Meadows. We will be reporting on this all day, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up, the president's diagnosis adding even more uncertainty to financial markets. That conversation up next with BlackRock's Rick Reeder, and later, Larry Kudlow National Economic Council Director, will be joining us right here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We understand it's going to be a little bit later than 9:30 Eastern. We also understand, though, Larry is coming in for this interview. That has not changed yet. If it does, I'll let you know. From New York City and the City of London, for our audience worldwide, -60, the focus on one place, the White House. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
This is undoubtedly going to cast a great deal of uncertainty over the next few weeks.
There's a lot of uncertainty that trades through.
There is likely to be a lot of volatility.
A spike in volatility. Markets are going to be cautious in what could happen over the next few weeks.
Volatility will be here to stay.
It impacts campaigning.
The campaign is on hold at the moment.
What's happening to the prospects of stimulus?
Without the president, that is an issue.
There is a risk, given his age, that this is somewhat more incapacitating than that. And then you start thinking about who may have to take over.
The central issue here this morning is continuity of government.
A range of guests contemplating what President Trump's COVID diagnosis could mean for markets and for politics. Wrapping up a developing story, here's Abigail.
John, this morning the news is simply surreal. The Western world waking up to the shocking news that President Trump and the leader, of course, of the free world positive for COVID-19, adding perhaps the ultimate layer of uncertainty in an already extraordinary time period. As for what we know, President Trump is, of course, positive for COVID-19, as is the First Lady. A former doctor saying that he has been told that the president is asymptomatic. However, the New York Times reporting that he has mild symptoms, flu-like symptoms. Reuters saying that President Trump right now is working from his residence. Now, a big risk here, of course, is the wide circle of folks that President Trump comes in contact with, including Steven Mnuchin, Jared Kushner. We also have Mark Meadows and others. As for other world leaders that have been positive for COVID-19, perhaps the most well-known because of the degree of the illness, Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister. He, of course, was hospitalized, but has made, it seems, a full recovery, as we know. Relative to folks here in the U.S. in that circle of risk that have come back negative right now, VP Vice President Michael Pence and, of course, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. We will be waiting for details on other key players in D.C. and whether or not they are positive for COVID-19 in this simply extraordinary morning and developing story, John.
Abigail, thank you. Thank you very much. On the price action this morning, around about 12 minutes away from the opening bell. Let's get that price action. Here's Sarah Ponzek.
Hey, John, an array of investor takes this morning. What this means for the election, what this means possibly for more COVID-19 restrictions eventually or less, what this also means for the odds of a fiscal 4 package. And the reality is there's likely more that we don't know right now than we do. We all know if there is anything that markets really hate, that's uncertainty. And you see this reflected in the global equity markets. Right now, S&P futures down 1.7%, headed to their lows of the morning. NASDAQ futures down even more, not providing that safe haven status. And there you see European and Chinese equities as well. We also see this reflected in the volatility markets, too. You take a look at the VIX right now, jumping by the most in a month. Right now, just under 30. That just about matches the average VIX level, though, that we have seen this year. An interesting turn, though, is that we haven't seen investors rushing to safe havens. For example, you look at the bond market, you look at gold, you look at the Bloomberg dollar, for example. Yes, we are seeing small moves, but nothing immediate. And we have actually seen there, you can see gold has actually flipped negative for now. We do see the dollar lower against the Japanese yen in a classic safe haven move. And also really taking a hit this morning, I do want to point out, is WTI crude oil, John.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Some stuff to watch there. 11 minutes out from the opening bell. Outside of equities in the bond market, just not seeing the move. That's what Sarah's picking up on, and many other guests have as well. Joining us, a guest I know who's been focused on this a lot over at BlackRock is Rick Reeder. Rick, great to have you with us. I caught up with Jeff Rosenberg this morning, last week as well. I know it's a huge part of the conversation for you and the team at the moment. Treasury markets just aren't doing much. Why, Rick?
Yeah, it's a great question, Jonathan. I mean, so, you know, when you step back and think about, okay, where are we now? The Fed has already moved rates to zero. The Fed, at least this Fed, is not moving to negative interest rates. So you think about what is the protection you're getting from Treasuries. The only place that you really have protection and where you really think about it is out the yield curve, 7 years on out, where you have, and you're seeing some movement. And listen, when you get shock moves, the Treasury market, particularly the long end, tends to move. But you're right. You know, I think the way we think about how you take risk in today's market, you've got to run less risk, use more cash in a portfolio because, as you were talking about, gold, not sure gold is a hedge other than a significant increase again in the monetary base, creating some more upside momentum in gold. Treasuries are a pretty good hedge, but not great. And so you just got to run more cash. And quite frankly, you know, you can use the volatility markets to manage your risk. We could talk about different parts of that, but it's a different paradigm than we're used to over the last 5 or 6 years when you had some interest rate to play with.
Well, Rick, let's talk about how you manage the volatility markets to manage risk at the moment. Given how it's priced going into year end, what do you suggest?
So, Jonathan, first of all, I don't know if you reported on it yesterday. The story yesterday is people were paying huge amounts of premium for upside in the equity market. I mean, that was yesterday's story. And so, you know, part of what, you know, the concept of markets don't like uncertainty is 100% right. Investors actually like taking advantage when you get these sort of movements. Yesterday, it was a tremendous opportunity to sell upside convexity. So, you know, when you get price movements like this, you know, there are ways to actually sell. People are paying huge amounts of insurance for upside, and they're paying huge amounts of insurance for the really significant downside, the down 10 to 15%, where we would start to add risk. We would be happy to add risk if risk was down 15%. So you think about what's happening. You can sell that to buy some protection in the middle for local moves in the market. And it's been a pretty, days like today, it's fantastic. Now you can trade around.
Let's talk about days like today and how you trade around this. I asked Mohammed this question. I'll ask it of you. You and the team this morning, you learn of the president's situation, first and foremost for you, me, Mohammed, everyone watching this program. Our thoughts are with the president and the first lady, and we hope they're going to be totally fine. But from a market's perspective, how do you process news like that, Rick, this morning?
I mean, first thing, it's shocking. I mean, the first thing is, and like you say, we hope the president is fine, the first lady is fine. It's just shocking. And the first thing that, quite frankly, I think about is you think about how people perceive, the president, first lady that are probably the most protected people in the country, and think about vulnerability that others have. And I think part of why the markets react negatively is, gosh, you think about the perception that's out there, and the return to normalcy has to be slowed down as a result of that. So then you think about, where do you price that and how do the markets price? And I think rightly so, the markets are pricing it down a couple of percent. When the stock market is pricing it down about a couple of percent, if you saw dramatic fall off from here, then that's where I think you start to add again. Quite frankly, I was looking at, I haven't done much trading at all today because I think the markets are reacting probably appropriately to what the risk is, and obviously some news. Jonathan, when they finally chronicle 2020, this is one of the most bizarre experiences, and like I say, you've got to run your portfolio differently and try and generate return. I think one thing when people say, you just got to step back and not do anything, I'm not sure that's the right option either. There's some opportunities to take advantage of. You just got to be deliberate and pragmatic about how you do it.
Well, Rick, unfortunately or fortunately for you, if you want to get busy in this market right now, there's still 3 months left of 2020. It's certainly not over. Rick, from your perspective, how does the fiscal piece fit into this? Because I think that's the process many people are going through this morning. OK, here's the house situation. They jump deep into the realm of speculation. What does it mean to fiscal? Can they negotiate? Is it an incentive to get a deal? A disincentive to get a deal? Can they even talk to each other? Your thoughts on that, Rick?
That's too hard a question, Jonathan. That's the first thing we started to think about today. I mean, listen, we think the odds today of getting a fiscal deal done before the election are going to be hard. And it's going to be, I think that has turned to a much more difficult paradigm. And I don't think this news does anything to make it even a bit more difficult. It's hard to say, quite frankly, though, whether there is all of a sudden some inspiration and whether this number today will inspire the need for, there has to be more fiscal stimulus. The markets are expecting it. And it's a question of whether it comes pre-election or after election. But the economy needs more. I mean, the jobs, we could talk about the incredible improvement in employment over the last few months. That being said, there's a lot more to go. I mean, we're still talking about 8-ish% unemployment rate. We need more fiscal stimulus. And the Fed, it doesn't have a lot more they can do at this point. And their tools are blunt. It has to come through fiscal. And the system can absorb a bit more debt to get that done.
Well, Rick, that was my final question for you. The Fed's communicating what they'll do if things get better. Nothing. Have you got any clarity on what they do if things get worse?
So, I mean, listen, I don't think, there's been a bunch of people talking about negative, could you go to negative interest rates? I've said this for a long time. I don't think the Fed's going to negative interest rates. Could you buy more assets? And I think that's the direction they'll go down. I mean, forward guidance has been very clear. They've laid out they're not going to move interest rates till 2023, maybe longer than that. But asset purchases, I mean, this is a tool the Fed has. And by the way, that tool can be significantly bigger. And when people say they're out of tools, it's not true. And they could buy assets. And by the way, they've shown the flexibility around the myriad of assets they could buy, from credit to top parts of the capital stack in the securitized market. I mean, the Fed has been pretty flexible, but that's where they're going to go. And yeah, they have a lot more they can do at this point.
Hey, Rick, great to catch up. We've been on quite a journey through 2020 together. It's not over yet. Rick Reeder there of BlackRock at the market desk with more on the headlines crossing in the last 30 minutes. Here's Abigail.
Well, John, in this extraordinary morning of headlines around President Trump being positive for COVID-19, not surprisingly, the ultimate uncertainty, investors not liking that. So the barometer of risk on or risk off for markets, Apple down sharply, down 3.25% after gaining 9% over the last few days. NVIDIA, the chip complex, also lower, and travel and leisure with the virus back front and center. We see airlines and cruise lines also lower. Big risk off morning as investors simply want out of stocks, at least for now, John.
Abigail, thank you.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. Pablo from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
About 25 seconds away from the opening bell this Friday morning. What a morning. Good morning to you all. Down 51 on the S&P, negative 1.5%. On NASDAQ futures, off by 2.3. Headline from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Continuing stimulus negotiations. I know that was a big question for many of you out there in this market. Switch up the board in the bond market, post-payrolls, deceleration, a loss of momentum. They're the phrases you'll hear again and again and again. And maybe, quite appropriately, there's the yield on the 10-year. All the sixes on a 10-year, 0.666%. In the FX market, euro, weaker, dollar firmer, euro-dollar just about holding on to a 117 handle. And it's been a rout, it's fair to say, in the crude market. WTI down 5%. We have a 36 handle at $36 and around about 80 cents. That's the cross-asset price action at the market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, not surprisingly, with those big declines for the major averages here on the open, on the layer of uncertainty with President Donald Trump, positive with COVID-19. Lots of the biggest names down this morning, especially from the mega cap and the FANG complex. Amazon.com down 1.9%. In addition, they also have had 20,000 workers testing positive for COVID-19 to link it into the virus. Tesla really giving back some of the gains over the last couple of days, down 5.7%. Twitter and Facebook, those social media platforms, under pressure. So it seems that no part of the mega cap FANG area is free from the selling pressure that we're seeing. Again, investors selling risk. As for a possible tie-in to President Trump, of course, the sale of the TikTok assets, U.S. assets, potentially to Oracle and Walmart, that has been stalled under lots of drama with China's ByteDance and the Chinese government. This morning, with this new layer of uncertainty, we see both Oracle and Walmart down, perhaps related to that. But again, a risk-off morning, investors wanting out of stocks. Most stocks are lower this morning, John.
Very much so, Abigail. Thank you. 90 seconds into the session, every single sector in negative territory. On the benchmark, the S&P negative 1.4%. Bottom of the pile, information technology. Top of the pile, relatively speaking, and down 0.8% still. Call it 0.75% into negative territory. Consumer staples. For the latest on Washington, D.C., just to give you a little bit of an update, Larry Kudlow, the National Economic Council Director, is still due to catch up with us right here on Bloomberg TV and on radio. He's just understandably a little bit delayed, but I understand from the White House in our most recent communication he will still be coming on in the next couple of hours. To get you the latest headlines and a wrap from Washington, I'm pleased to say that joining us now is our chief Washington correspondent, Kevin Cirilli. Good morning, Kevin. What a morning.
What a morning. We're just getting some new reports out within the last half hour. The New York Times reporting that Ronna Romney McDaniel, who is, of course, the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, has tested positive for coronavirus. Meanwhile, we're also getting developments on the fiscal stimulus front. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, saying that the discussions with the White House on fiscal stimulus are going to continue. She made those remarks on MSNBC. Washington has woken up this morning to confusion, to a flurry of messages from the White House, from staffers, all as the White House contract tracing team tries to alert individuals who were in close proximity to the president, to the first lady, to senior staffers who have contracted COVID-19.
It's a high-profile track and trace like we've never seen in the last 6 or 7 months, Kevin. The former Vice President, Joe Biden, must be part of that. What we've heard from him this morning is just the following tweet. Jill and I send our thoughts to President Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump for a swift recovery. We continue to pray for the health and safety of the President and his family. We all share that sentiment, Kevin. What we don't know is the result of the former VP's test. And I think that the market here on Wall Street, I think that's a question that's being asked as well, Kevin. What do we know so far?
We know that Vice President Biden is going to be tested today for the coronavirus and that likely those results will be made public. We know that we are not expecting to hear from President Trump himself in the coming hours this morning. It's unclear if that will change and whether or not he will address the country sometime today. We also know that Vice President Mike Pence has tested negative for the coronavirus, and now virtually every cabinet member is releasing statements. Secretary Mnuchin has tested negative for the virus. Secretary Pompeo has said that he, who has been traveling, has tested negative for the coronavirus as well. So it's a rapid story where senior principals are going to be announcing their health status, but for the president, the immediate development is how he communicates his health in real time with the backdrop of an entire country behind him, but also, of course, so close to the November 3rd election.
So, Kevin, let's talk about the process around the November 3rd election. So many people turn to the logistics, the how. Let's talk about the what. I don't believe in single-issue elections. I think that for different people, different issues matter more than others. I think for this election campaign, though, it will be difficult to talk about anything other than COVID-19 and coronavirus. Kevin, what are you hearing from the campaign team at the moment this morning?
Confusion. And I think that in and of itself it is illustrative of whether or not there was a communicative plan in place for what would happen should the president get COVID-19, as he has now tested positive for. So there is confusion. It's unknown whether or not there is going to be an immediate plan. We should note that the most high-profile domestic political event is 14 days away. If following CDC guidelines, typically they advise 2 weeks of quarantine. And so that in and of itself raises questions of the next high-profile political calendar mark at this particular race. Now, beyond that, I think it's one of the things that we don't want to speculate. We don't want to go into hypotheticals, but in the immediate 24 hours, people are going to want to know precisely how President Trump is feeling, what his symptoms are, and if he is governing in the White House.
Kevin Cirilli on the latest. Thank you, sir. Kevin, thank you. 6 minutes into the session, the S&P 500 down 1.24%. Just want to bring you some headlines very quickly. Senator Harris tested negative for the COVID virus on Thursday. That's according to an aide talking to NBC. The president, according to AP, experiencing mild symptoms of the coronavirus. If we look at the price action at the moment, we have gapped lower by 1.24%. I think for market participants, just to drain away the drama from this whole conversation, two hats this morning. The first hat, as a human being, your thoughts are with the president and the first lady. The second hat, as a market participant, you're thinking about fiscal talks. So what do we know so far? The Treasury Secretary, Stephen Mnuchin, has tested negative. We understand he doesn't have to quarantine, which means he can carry on working in a more dynamic way, perhaps. What are we learning from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi? She's talking this morning. She says she believes we will still find a deal on stimulus and the talks will continue. She acknowledges that the diagnosis of the president changes the dynamic in stimulus talks. But ultimately, those talks will continue, and I think that's important for market participants this morning. So the S&P 500 just off the lows, negative about 1.2%. The rout, curiously enough, is in big tech. The Nasdaq off by 1.6%. Joining us on this story, I'm pleased to say, to get her initial reaction to all of this morning, is Anastasia Amoroso of JP Morgan. Anastasia, what a morning. Your first take, please.
What a morning indeed. First of all, as you said, our thoughts are with the president. We wish him well and wish him the swiftest recovery. And obviously, the situation raises the specter of uncertainty. I will say it's a little bit premature to conclude who might win or not win this election based on the president's health situation. And I know we worry a lot about what the campaign schedule is going to look like. But the reality is there's digital ways where some of these things can be carried out. whether it's continuation of the fiscal stimulus negotiations, whether it's the debates if the president is feeling well enough. So I just think, we should rule out any sort of premature conclusion. The second that I have is on the fiscal stimulus front. The other really big piece of news here that's really telling is that whether it's from the president's health situation, whether it's from the payrolls report, this pandemic is still very much with us. We're going through it, and it is still adversely impacting the economy. So if you look at the payrolls report this morning, yes, the unemployment rate fell, but it didn't fall for some parts of the U.S. population. If you look at the Black unemployment rate, if you look at the Hispanic unemployment rate, it is still elevated at 12 and 10% respectively. If you look at the number of people who now shifted from temporary job losses to permanent job losses, it is now a third of the people who are unemployed. And then there's millions of people who are saying they can't get a job or their small business went out of business. So the bottom line, Jonathan, is that this really raises the specter of importance for getting the fiscal stimulus done and for making sure people have access to enhanced unemployment benefits and businesses can get a bridge loan to hopefully 2021.
Well, I have to say, Anastasia, as this session grows older, the mood music does improve around fiscal talks. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying she wants to have a stimulus agreement. The middle ground will be found on fiscal stimulus. The equity market recovering a little bit, down 28 on the S&P 500, well off session lows, now negative just 0.8%. Anastasia, everyone has a conviction call. How dependent or independent are those conviction calls of a fiscal stimulus plan?
Yes, our highest conviction call is that the recovery in the housing market that has been just amazing this year is going to continue. And that is independent at this stage of the stimulus. So that's why that is one of our highest conviction calls. It is really dependent on the level of rates in the economy, which you know exactly how low they are. It is about the relocation that is happening right now from the big city centers elsewhere. And it's all the associated demand that goes with buying a house and home building. So that's why I think one of the strongest areas in the economy that's going to continue to drive growth in Q4 and beyond is housing. And if you look at the average, let's say, median wage of the person who typically buys a house, it is going to be a different category of the people who need those unemployment benefits. So that's why I think it is a place to look as far as the markets go. But again, to go back to the fiscal stimulus, it is desperately needed. And as you say, I think the markets are going to force the government to act here.
Well, Anastasia, it would be a missed opportunity if we had to be on the programme and we didn't talk about the elevated volatility into year-end. How are you thinking about trading volatility at the moment, given where things are priced into December?
Yeah, so volatility is certainly elevated. It was already elevated around the November outcome, and it is even more elevated as of this morning. It does slow down thereafter. So I do think there's interesting ways to take advantage of that opportunity. And you talked about big tech. This morning, one of the interesting things about big tech, it's not only the downside volatility that's elevated on tech, it's also the upside volatility that's elevated on tech. So we can think about putting some hedges on, which I still think are timely, by selling the call option and by buying the put option, specifically around some of those big tech names. And by the way, one of the things that didn't get a lot of discussion in this last presidential debate is around China. So I think it is very plausible that as we go through the next 32 days, we're going to hear more on the U.S.-China trade front, U.S.-China tech front, which could disproportionately impact U.S. tech as well. So that's why taking advantage of the volatility structure around the big tech names makes sense here.
Anastasia, thank you. Good to see you. Thanks for your time this morning. I know it's a busy one for you. Anastasia Amoroso there of JP Morgan Asset Management. 12 minutes into the session, your market wrap, your snapshot. We look a little something like this. Equities improve. We're still down 0.9%. But they improve, and the mood music around fiscal stimulus talks improving off the back of some comments from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Wrapping things up for you, here's Abigail.
Well, John, the headlines are certainly breaking fast and furiously this morning around the fact that President Trump does have COVID-19. Let's start out there and get to the news around stimulus. Starting out with President Trump, his symptoms are apparently mild. As for Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, they have both tested negative. So we'll be watching all day. The circle closest to President Trump and the First Lady opportunity to see whether they are positive or negative. Now, relative to the markets, well off the lows, cooler heads perhaps prevailing that this may not directly affect the election or the corporate profit outlook. But we do, of course, as you have been saying, Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, saying that she wants to have a stimulus agreement and that there is also middle ground will be found on stimulus. So some stronger language here around the idea that this new round of stimulus that everybody has been waiting for now for 2 months may in fact happen soon. Again, markets off the lows. As for some of the movers that we're looking at this morning, tech, interestingly, this year's defense getting hit a little bit more hard. That is why the NASDAQ is down. Apple, Microsoft, AMD, those chips really selling off on this, again, surreal morning, as you've been saying. What a morning. Stocks not reacting well, but off the lows.
Abigail, thank you. Around about 14 minutes into the session, as Abigail points out, we are off the lows on the S&P 500. Still negative 0.9%, and still getting beaten down on the NASDAQ, off by 1.3% there. Coming up, more details continue to emerge after President Trump tests positive for the coronavirus. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with some soothing words, some happy talk even, around fiscal talks. Reacting to that, PGIM's Michael Collins, right here on Bloomberg. "16 minutes into a very choppy session. Your S&P 500 down 0.9%. Your NASDAQ off by almost 140 points. We're down by 1.24%. Wrapping up the headlines. Keep saying it, don't I? What a morning so far. Our thoughts, of course, with the White House, the First Lady and the President of the United States on some of the headlines dropping through the last couple of hours. Here's Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
John, it is really pretty incredible here in the wake of the news that President Trump is positive for COVID-19. A headline breaking right now that has a bit more of a personal touch to it. Senate Judiciary Chairman Lindsey Graham says he spoke to President Trump this morning and he was in good spirits. So we're also hearing that President Trump's symptoms right now are relatively mild. As for the circle around him, of course, the First Lady is also positive. However, his daughter Ivanka Trump is negative, as is his advisor and Ivanka's husband, Jared Kushner, negative. Stephen Mnuchin and Vice President Pence also negative. We will be waiting to see on the circle of other folks. As for stocks this morning, we're well off the lows, and perhaps this has to do with some positive headlines from Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who is saying that she feels they are close to a deal, that they will reach some sort of middle ground. So the stimulus that everybody has wanted to see, a second round of it in reaction to the overall pandemic situation for 2 months, perhaps closer. If that deal were to be reached, it would certainly remove one level of overhang on the markets, and certainly we have this new level of uncertainty today, John.
Abigail, thank you. Just filling in some of the gaps here, aren't we, as the hours progress. We woke up this morning hoping for the best for the health of the President of the United States, but for market participants thinking about not just the health of the President and the First Lady, but also the fiscal negotiations, the people involved in those negotiations, and whether they might be poorly as well. From what we understand so far this morning, the Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin has tested negative. We understand he won't have to quarantine, so that's one half of the negotiations. Still waiting to hear from the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Also understanding House Speaker Nancy Pelosi being very out there this morning, just letting it out there, saying that we're ready to talk, ready to continue those talks as well, and hopefully we will find a middle ground. The equity market's improving a little bit, well off the lows that we experienced early last night. The S&P 500 down just 28, negative 0.8%. PGIM's fixed income. Michael Collins joins us right now. Michael, hard to process so much of this morning, sir. Typically, I'd say your thoughts on the payrolls. That's not my first question for you this morning. My thoughts are with the President. Your thoughts are as well, I'm sure. How do you react to this morning, Mike?
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan. Certainly it's shocking news, but maybe it shouldn't be, right? I mean, we're having a big spike in COVID cases all around the world, from college campuses, apparently, to, the White House. So we're going through this big kind of second wave around the world, and the worst may be yet to come, right? We are concerned about the winter months that are coming up, and cases increasing then as people stay at home. So I think this is just par for the course, and there's going to be volatility with us for the next couple of quarters, some related to the election, some related to COVID, some related to the economic data. So that's par for the course, Jonathan.
Well, Mike, let's talk about how you invest around some of those themes then. Quite clearly, it's not just the President of the United States suffering from this. It's a story for the whole world. In Europe, new restrictions. In the United States, some spikes in various hotspots. New York, New Jersey, very specific zip codes. Mike, I just wonder for you, I look at the Treasury market this morning, all of these risks percolating. Treasury market is now on offer, yields up a single basis point on a 10-year, on a 30-year, yields up 2 basis points. Mike, this is the question I keep going back to. Talk to Mohamed Al-Erin about it. Talked about it with Rick Reeder of BlackRock. I'm going to talk about it with you as well. The role of Treasuries in a portfolio. What is it at the moment, Mike?
As you know, Jonathan, from our many times on this program, we've been more constructive and more bullish on rates in general, especially U.S. interest rates, especially U.S. interest rates out on the end of the curve. And we look at that 30-year, in kind of the 140 context, and there's still value there. It actually sticks out like a sore thumb, not only on the U.S. curve, but in the global context. And we're still long positions in 30-year treasuries and importantly 30-year credit product, right, which is really the trade, and that's really the place people should be investing in.
So let me jump on that, Mike. It's important. Typically, if I heard someone long sovereign duration, long the 30-year, the long end of the curve in a Treasury market and elsewhere, that would also be complemented by a pretty bearish stance on credit. Typically. Not your view, Mike. Why?
Yeah, that's definitely not our view, Jonathan. We are in a low interest rate world, probably permanently. We're going to have negative real rates. I know one of your favorite topic, real yields. They will be negative probably for the next decade or more, if not the rest of our lives. That encourages people to add risk, right? Basically, owning cash and owning your government debt is going to generate a negative return after inflation for a long time. And those low rates beget tighter spreads, right? That is our real baseline. Over the long term, the reach for yield will really accelerate and cause credit spreads to do better. And we're at a favorable part of the credit cycle, believe it or not. Defaults have already peaked. They're coming down. Companies are starting to get upgraded again by rating agencies as they're generating liquidity and generating cash flow in some cases. So the next few years, Jonathan, are the sweet spot of the credit cycle. As I like to say, it's the credit cycle, stupid.
It's a conversation we'll continue. Mike Collins, good to see you, sir. Mike Collins of PGIM. On quite a morning, 23 minutes into the session, equities down with some of the headlines. Here's Abigail.
Well, John, let's take a look at the sector action on the morning, because, of course, there is this risk-off tone on these extraordinary headlines surrounding the fact that President Trump is positive for COVID-19. Using the IMAP and the Bloomberg terminal, all 11 S&P 500 sectors are lower, 5 by about 1% or more. So interesting is the fact that this year's defense, tech, and the stay-at-home names, they are on bottom. In the world outside of 2020, those are, of course, the growth names, so investors want out of growth, John. And energy also sharply lower as crude oil simply plunges again in this really incredible morning.
Abigail, thank you. Up next on the programme, the market-moving events you need to watch in our trading diary. From New York and London, this is Bloomberg.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
"25 minutes in, equities down to 1% on the S&P. Your trading diary, your guide into next week, shaping up as follows. The University of Michigan Sentiment Survey coming up at the top of the hour. Then next week, starting on Tuesday, you will hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell. After that, we should get some minutes a little bit later in the week on Wednesday. Plus, the VPs scheduled to face off in Salt Lake City. No idea if that's still going to continue. Thursday, claims data. Later this morning at some point, I will be catching up with the National Economic Council Director, Larry Kudlow. From what we understand from the White House so far, that interview understandably has been delayed, but it's still scheduled to take place right here on Bloomberg TV and radio. From New York City and the City of London, for our audience worldwide, our thoughts with the President of the United States and the First Lady in the White House. That's where the focus will be, right here on Bloomberg. This was the countdown to the open. Catch me on Twitter at Ferro TV. This is Bloomberg.
The scale of the climate crisis is just staggering. but you can't let that be an excuse for doing nothing. So to fight climate change, we can't be overwhelmed by the seeming impossibility of the task at hand.
Inclusive multilateralism is about bringing more voices to the table, resulting in more ideas, more solutions, and more climate action.
As a signatory to the Global Covenant of Mayors, Charlotte has joined thousands of cities and regions in a commitment to accelerate ambitious, measurable climate and energy initiatives.
Local communities across our nation are stepping up in unprecedented ways to respond to the ongoing challenges of our climate crisis.
We'll see what is the cost, what is the reliability, but without innovation, a lot of innovation, we won't be able to get there.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food. They're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off. These guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He's all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a Juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
that moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, US Navy, and other branches of the US government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Value-Ag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states such as California are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, you know, really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I like, you know, I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, it was, you know, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick like 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
He said, when you come for a chigga like me, that was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1.
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see
I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But 88 Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh shit!
So keep an eye out for 88's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップっていいますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was in his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivasAChance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done. but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. The company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in
mean to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have years. But that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about the flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a brand.
You had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, welcome everyone to this edition of Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Jason Kelly alongside virtually Alex Steele, who's sitting in for Carol Masser. And in the words of Carol Masser, whoa, what a day here, Friday, October 2nd. Alex Steele, I am not sure if anybody saw exactly this coming. Talk about an October surprise for the markets, for the country, and certainly for the election.
I love WOA. I might have used more colorful language when I got up this morning, but I understand your premise. But yes, in all seriousness, there's obviously a lot of implications for not only the election and what it means to campaign if you're a sitting president, but you're now in isolation, but also in general, how do you govern? Like, how is Congress going to govern? And to me, do rapid tests really work? Is that a solution to what we're looking at? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's a great call to the cover story in this week's Business Week. We're going to talk about testing. We're going to talk about the virus. We're going to talk about politics. So much to get to here on a Friday, a day when the markets are trading off owing to some new uncertainty. Let's understand what's going on in those markets with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Friday to you both. It's all about headline risk today. We're on track for a winning week. Looks like on the week, S&P is going to snap a 4-week losing streak. Let's get to today's numbers. First, I'll give you the why in a moment. S&P down now by 22. That is a drop of 0.7%. Dow, volatile day there, swinging between gains and losses, down now by 50, a drop of 0.2%. NASDAQ is down 208, a drop for NASDAQ down 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index down now by 2.3%. Among some of the tech names that are tumbling, Apple down 2.5%, Amazon down 2.3%, Microsoft down 2.3%. 10-year yield 0.69%. Gold is down $4 the ounce, down 0.2% at $19.01. West Texas Intermediate crude down 4.2%, $37.08 a barrel. Recapping, equities lower with the S&P down 21, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So much to get to here, so much to understand about the markets and politics. And by the way, economics, because we did have a jobs report. Remember that? That was
Jobs?
a few hours ago. Yeah. Cray. All right, let's get into it. Set the Business Week agenda with Vincent Signorelli, global macro strategist for Bloomberg. He's on the phone from White Plains. And Yelena Shalecheva, I think she is right alongside you, or beside you from a social distance.
Socially distanced, 6 feet apart.
Distance. Senior U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics there in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Vince, I want to start with you, if I may. If you're a trader sitting on the desk this morning, you've obviously seen these headlines like we all did when we woke up. I mean, I looked at my iPad and was like, scroll, scroll, scroll. I mean, incredible to sort of take this all in. And I should point out, I didn't earlier at the top of the show, this was all spurred. This is important. This was all spurred by a Bloomberg scoop last evening by Jennifer Jacobs, who reported that Hope Hicks, a very close advisor to the president, had tested positive for the coronavirus. It set off a whole wave of disclosures that ultimately led to where we were overnight and this morning. If you're a trader, how do you take this all in?
That is a really good question. I mean, the market's running in fits and starts today. Initially, obviously the market sold off on the risk with Trump being tested with the virus because it throws the election into some sort of risk scenario. How bad does he have it? What the situation is. We're told that he's got mild symptoms, yet we haven't seen a tweet from the president since about 1 o'clock this morning, which is a bit telling, you would think, given his propensity to do so. If he were in, sort of tip-top shape, he would have tweeted that out to everyone to say, doing just fine. So traders are leery about that one. They really jumped on the aid for airlines and pulled the Dow back into the green from being down steep losses, but yet the House is now adjourned without giving airline aid, and the markets are trading sideways right now. So not really sure that anybody's really want to go into this weekend with a big position because there's way too much headline risk out there.
Well, totally true. Yelena, I'll get to you in just a second on stimulus and fundamentals. But Vince, if traders are hedging or taking off risk into the weekend, like what do they do with it? Because it's not like necessarily, gold's been your friend.
No, I mean, I think traders go into this weekend like, flat. I mean, they're taking whatever positions they have off the books. One guy told me this morning he didn't believe anything that was going on, so he was fading all of the rallies. And somebody else was telling me that, this maybe, changes the scope of things. If we can get some help for the airlines, maybe that'll give them, the stimulus to go forward. I mean, if the president is sick, maybe he'll tell his representatives, this is a bigger deal than maybe we were thinking, and maybe we should do a stimulus package that's a little bigger. So both sides are giving and taking, today, and I don't think there's any real clear decision on which way to take risk into the weekend.
Yeah, not a lot of consensus, that's for sure. So speaking of stimulus and speaking of that jobs report that was one of the many things we're looking at today, Yelena Shalecheva, come on in. What did you see from the jobs report and stitching it all together with everything else? How are we looking at the employment picture here?
So let's start with the news of the day, because that benign payrolls report was probably not the market driver. I think that President Trump contracting COVID-19 may make some fiscal lawmakers more salient to reach negotiations, to reach a deal and, get some reinvigoration in terms of negotiations, but I don't think that it will bring House Democrats and Senate Republicans any closer. So I think it puts this back into focus. It has always been in focus, but still this is a very important thing. and in terms of fundamentals that would drive economic growth going forward. The impact of the news from this morning is probably extreme uncertainty, which can exacerbate an already bad news about the lapse of fiscal negotiations so far. So I think in terms of the labor market, today's report was a little bit of good news and a little bit of bad news. So the good news is that we still saw jobs growth on net, and that is positive, even though we heard a lot of different announcements about the layoffs, and we'll probably hear more of that going forward. The economy was still making jobs. So in terms of bad news, I think the decline in the unemployment rate was a bad decline because it was it was driven by decline in participation. So we saw a little bit of a spike in participation in the months of August when people saw their augmented benefits, unemployment benefits expired. But then, that went right back down, and that's not a good sign. We still see a lot of people in the order of 3 million a month leaving the labor force. So those people are not accounted as unemployed. So you will see further declines in the unemployment rate. But at the same time, these people are not getting paid. So that means they are not going to spend the money. So that's some bad news from the report.
So many big questions, so many things to worry about. What a Friday. Yelena Shalecheva, thank you so much. She's senior U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics, alongside Vince Signer, global macro strategist for Bloomberg. Let's quickly do the Bloomberg Businessweek Bite of the Day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number is 0. The Caribbean nation of St. Kitts and Nevis, which boasts 0 COVID-19 deaths, is about to roll out the red carpet for visitors after 6 months of isolation in a bid to jumpstart its tourism industry. And I'm just going to say, Alex, should we just go? Let's just go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's totally do it.
Let's just head out, because also, I could use that.
What is tourism? I don't know what that is anymore. That's not a thing.
Tourism is this. Yeah, I forget what it is. All right. Coming up, we're going to talk in short order about the virus, that diagnosis for the president and the first lady, what it means medically, what it may mean in terms of the way we look at it. We're going to catch up with Ian Lustbader. We're going to talk with Peter Coy about the economics of this. I'm just so happy you're here with me, Alex.
Aw, thanks. I love it. I feel very loved. Thank you very much. I would love to be here on a Friday. And there's just so much news flow that it's really exciting to see. And I think that everyone's also now becoming like a 25th Amendment expert now.
Exactly.
To figure out, wait, what happens? What's procedure? What do we do?
Breaking news. It's your jam. I'm so excited to hear. All right, let's get down to Washington now. Nancy Lyons is there with a lot of world national headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. President Trump is said to be experiencing mild symptoms after receiving that positive diagnosis of coronavirus. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says the president learned that aide Hope Hicks tested positive before holding a fundraiser yesterday at his New Jersey resort.
I can tell you, in terms of Hope Hicks, we discovered that right as the Marine One was taking off yesterday. We actually pulled some of the people that had been traveling and in close contact. The reason why it was reported out, just frankly, is that we had already started the contact tracing just prior to that.
Normal virus protocols could keep President Trump off the campaign trail at least 10 days, possibly longer. So far, all campaign events with the president have been postponed. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expressing sadness at today's news, but she tells MSNBC she is not surprised since the president has a history of not wearing a mask.
Going into crowds, unmasked and all the rest, was sort of a brazen invitation for something like this to happen. Sad that it did, but nonetheless hopeful that it will be a transition to a saner approach to what this virus is all about.
Pelosi expressed concern about the rapid tests that are being used at the White House, saying they obviously are not as effective at preventing exposure as they should be. Well, the president's political rival, Joe Biden, is tweeting well wishes, saying, he quotes, "They will continue to pray for the health and safety of the president and his family." Biden and his wife, Jill, have both tested negative. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Businessweek. Jason Kelly and Alex Steele. And Alex Steele, this is a story kind of made for you because we're talking about Times Square, but let's talk about Broadway, because this virus has been terrible for tourism overall and really bad for the theater district in particular.
Yeah, and this also goes to, I think, a broader issue of what some individuals are dealing with in New York, which is just heightened crime.
Yeah.
Anecdotally, I've talked to many people who don't feel safe in the subways at night, etc. And this is a story from Dow Jones that talked about a guy walks into a jewelry store near Times Square. This isn't back in July, by the way, and says, "I want to see the most expensive earrings that you have." Then he grabbed them and ran off. I feel like that's something that the 70s and 80s, okay, but then it changed.
Yeah. I mean, it also just reminds us that as resilient as the New York economy is and will be, we all believe, you are a native Manhattanite, as we often point out.
I didn't say this,
show.
by the way. That's you bringing this in now.
I know. I always bring it up because you're very proud of it, as you should be. You know that this city will come back in some form or fashion, but we also know that New York is incredibly reliant on the bustling metropolis vision and the execution of that economically.
Well, yes, and also I think it goes to underscore two parts. One is that you have a police force that has been also hobbled by COVID, right? It's going to affect any sector. And then you have the confrontation in some points between the police and also protesters under Black Lives Matter protests, and how the two are going to be able to interact, and how a police force in any city sort of develops over the next few years as they change funding, they change what the police force is used for. I think is also going to be different.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I like that you yes and there. It's like very improv.
Yes and. That's what I tell my husband. Yeah, let's do that. And also do what I want to do.
And also, please agree with me and let's just stop talking now.
Exactly.
Right. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We are looking at a volatile Friday here with the Dow swinging between gains and losses. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up by 1 point, little changed. However, at the worst level of the day, the Dow had been down 433 points, lower by 1.6%. S&P 500 index down now by 17, a drop of 0.5%. NASDAQ is down 194, a drop there of 1.7%. 10-year yield 0.69%. Gold is down 0.2%, 19.02 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude tumbling 4.2%. WTI now at $37.10 a barrel. So again, recapping, equity markets lower across the board. S&P 500 index down 15, a drop of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Alex Steele here on a Friday afternoon. So happy to have with us on this day of all days. We're always happy to see him. Dr. Ian Lustbader, clinical professor of medicine at NYU. All things virus. We check in with him as much as we can, usually on Fridays. And I always say this, Ian, it's like, wow, what a week. But, man, what a week. What a 24 hours in many ways. I have to ask you, what was your first reaction when you saw the news, presumably this morning, that the president had tested positive?
Hi, guys. Happy Friday, and thanks for having me. I was not really surprised. I was surprised that it took this long in a way. A number of people in the White House tested positive. People are traveling on Air Force One. They're traveling on Marine One. You're meeting thousands of people all the time, all breathing on you in a rather heavy way. And I'm just surprised it took this long for the president and the first lady to really be exposed. I think the issue is how. What do you do at this point, and do you treat, do you not treat? But I think even wearing a mask would not necessarily have really protected him that much, because literally when you're encountering thousands of people in a variety of venues, I think it's just statistics that and good fortune that it took this long to really get significantly exposed.
So obviously, seeing how the virus develops in President Trump is going to be really important for investors. We were talking to Vince earlier, who's a macro squawk here at Bloomberg, and he was saying traders are confused because they don't know why he's not tweeting. If he's okay, he should be tweeting. If he's not tweeting, maybe he's not okay. Since we don't know what's going on inside the White House, can you just walk me through, okay, he was probably exposed a few days ago. He has some mild cold-like symptoms. Those are the reports. How does that develop? What are the days we watch out for?
Well, what's fascinating about this virus and worrisome as well is that there's really a spectrum of how people present. Many people will have very mild, minimal symptoms, a cough, sometimes diarrhea, fever, muscle aches. And, of course, a subset of people, and we can talk about that, although it's really not well understood what is different about the immune systems of the people who deteriorate. Obviously, a subset decline over time with pneumonia, more severe pulmonary infiltrates, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, and then wind up needing to be hospitalized and in a subset get put on breathing machines. Overall, it does seem, based on the data, that either the virus is mutating or we're being fortunate because the number of patients who really seem to deteriorate is decreasing. Is this greater awareness perhaps of vitamin D or zinc or some of the other supplements that may improve the immune system and may actually decrease the ability of the virus to attach to some cells, or is the virus just mutating and being less aggressive? So I think it's hard to predict in any one person, which is why we say everyone should wear masks and be careful. You can't tell just by looking at someone what's going to happen. Although we do know people with underlying conditions
older people, that's the president's category, certainly over 65. Elevated BMI or body weight, that's the president. Being a man versus a woman, all of those are increased risks for a bad outcome, but he doesn't seem to have other underlying issues which we would worry about. High blood pressure, underlying lung disease, diabetes, kidney issues. All of those other issues really would increase the potential risks. So he could just have a mild viral syndrome and have 2 negative swabs in the next week or 10 days. But really, over the next few days, it's going to be important to see how he does.
Ian, having followed this as closely as you have, how do you think this changes the national conversation and the perception of this virus?
Well, I think when you see the president get it, as Boris Johnson had it in England and other leaders, you realize that anyone can get it, and I think it does make it a more serious. I think people take it more seriously, and I think there are some people who did not take it seriously, and I certainly understand that, being in some areas of the country that may have a lower number of cases. Certainly in the Northeast, we saw many people, body bags and refrigerated trucks, and you realize, hey, this is a real pandemic. It's not a drill. So I think it's certainly good for global awareness. But I think also we're in a much better state. We have remdesivir. We have other treatments that improve the prognosis in many ways.
All right, we're going to continue this conversation in just a minute. We got more to talk about with you, Ian Lustbader, especially about what's going on here in New York City as public schools in New York City, they are reopened. I want to hear about your experience with that, Alex Steele, as well. I'm sure we'll be talking about that a little bit throughout the course of the show. What's happening locally, what's happening regionally, what's happening nationally. Obviously, all eyes have been on Washington and its environs over the past 24 hours or so, but it's not limited to the president or the White House or his family. We know that this is something we're wrestling with in new and different ways, especially, I almost called you Carol, sorry, Alex, as we see the numbers tick up.
Yeah, and I really wonder how that evolves in New York, too. Obviously, the epicenter back in March and April, and then you have like 20 zip codes that Cuomo is really trying to crack down on, meeting some resistance there. And in-person public school started on Tuesday. I got this from my daughter on Thursday. It's a thumbs up, which felt really good. Yeah,
thumbs up is good these days.
That's all I'm getting. Yeah.
Listen, you take what you can get.
Hey, I'll take it.
All right. We're going to be back with Ian Lustbader in just a second. Stick with us. We're just getting started. It's Bloomberg Business Week.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, coming up, we're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Ian Lustbader. So much more to talk to him about when it comes to getting back to school, getting back to the office, and looking toward a very uncertain fall. We'll have that in just a minute, but first, back to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, and happy Friday once again. NASDAQ 100 leading losses today amid declines for technology companies, including Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. Apple shares down 2.7%. Amazon is slumping 2.3%, and Microsoft lower now by 2.3% as well. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all declining, with the S&P 500 index down 19, a drop of 0.6%. The Dow is tumbling 8 points. Been a volatile day for the Dow, swinging between gains and losses, lower now by about 0.1%. At the worst level of the day, the Dow had been down 433 points in the early going, down 1.6%. NASDAQ is now down 216 points, down 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index is down 2.5%. Stocks are slumping in volatile trading as investors weigh the implications of President Trump's positive test for the coronavirus, along with renewed efforts to forge agreement on fiscal stimulus. As for the president's course of treatment, Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
We know the president is in one of the high-risk groups for serious consequences of SARS-CoV-2 infection. We know that it's really going to be now a process of monitoring. We want to see how the symptoms progress. We know that when it comes to a few days down the line, there's a turning point where your own immune system begins to drive some of the symptoms that you're feeling, and it's that sort of fulcrum point that'll be critical to watch for.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Tesla delivered a record number of cars worldwide in the third quarter, smashing analyst estimates and maintaining its dominance in electric vehicle sales, making a difficult year-end sales goal slightly more attainable. But Tesla shares, they are moving lower today. Tesla is now lower by 6.5%. Recapping, tough day for tech names. NASDAQ down 225, down 2%. S&P down 20, a drop now of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Let's head back to Dr. Ian Lustbader. I do want to give a quick headline, though. Airbnb planning to go public in December, raise about $3 billion. That's according to Reuters. Alex, that's kind of a big headline.
A little bit. I mean, this is like the IPO we've been waiting for. This
Totally.
was it.
Yeah,
so it's like, who's going to be on the deal? How did they do it? And can they get the valuation? Full stop.
Exactly, totally. So we'll be tracking that throughout the afternoon, I'm sure, because there's nothing else going on. All right, back to Ian Lustbader. So, Ian, so far, what do you make of the cautious reopening of New York City? Because I'm not going to lie, I'm nervous.
Well, this, as I've said before, this is uncharted territory. The last pandemic like this was 100 years ago, so there's not exactly a tried and true game plan for all of this. A lot of this, unfortunately, is learning as you go, and a lot of it is regional. It depends on case volume and so forth. There are certainly parts of the country where there are a very low number of cases, in which case I think it's very prudent to get people back. And I, for one, have seen in my own patients a lot of consequences of people just staying home, emotionally, physically, and otherwise. As we sometimes like to say, people who've been on home isolation, many become either hunks working out, chunks eating, or drunks, and turn to other things. But I think in terms of school, we should be testing kids with the saliva antigen test. And nasal swabs if necessary. It's reasonable to do that. Certainly you want to do pods. I think it is reasonable to get kids back. Overall, kids do very well. By and large, their immune systems seem to handle this. as opposed to the 1918 virus, where young people actually did more poorly. Their immune systems were too active in a way. But here it does seem that younger people, below 20, seem to do fairly well. So I think we do need to move forward with getting kids back in a sensible way, maybe hybrid learning, as they're doing in colleges, some remote. Not all kids have computers, in New York City. But so I think there are ways to move forward, and I think it would be appropriate to do that.
What is the number one article in the terminal right now? The title is Orthodox Jewish Communities Chafe Under New York City Mass Crackdown. And this comes as there's local cases in certain zip codes within New York City that happen to have a larger Orthodox Jewish population. And there is a tension and lack of maybe communication between the communities and officials. What do we do about that?
I think we have to go by the science. And Orthodox people I know are totally on board with wearing masks and social distancing, and it's possible to go to churches or synagogues and wear masks and have reasonable social distancing, and not everyone all together at one time. You have to spread out services. So there really are strategies that should not conflict. Science should not conflict with people observing their faith, and there's certainly no laws or religious laws against being prudent and wearing a mask. So I think better education, needs to be done, and sort of an acceptance. Masks are not perfect. It will not guarantee that no one will get sick, but it certainly, we have seen, can be very useful. And I think it's very prudent to do, and local leaders really need to, step up and say, look, this is science, and all religions value health and safety above all. I mean, that's the first thing, is preserving life is the first principle, and this is something that can help to do that. And so I would think that all communities would really want to follow that for the time being. And then obviously we're working on vaccines and better treatments, whether it's monoclonal antibodies, and who knows, the president may actually get that if he shows any symptoms.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch that particular case. So we sort of end up right where we started. Thank you so much, Dr. Ian Lustbader.
Always
as
a pleasure,
Carol
guys.
and I and Alex have all said at various times, we really, really treasure you and your insights, and you're so generous with your time, especially because we know you've been on the front lines of all of this since the beginning. And you were our pal before, and you've become our go-to during all of this. So thank you so much. Dr. Ian Lustbader, clinical professor of medicine at NYU. So thumbs up for school so far. So far, so good?
Well, the first day, it was medium. The thumb was medium.
Okay, it was like a medium?
Yeah, and,
like a half thumb?
Yeah, so she was like, I was like, how'd it go? She was like, I don't want to talk about it. I was like, oh, gosh. Yeah. She's 6, by the way, first grade. And then by Thursday, I got a thumbs up, which just shows to me that, she really needed to get out there to socialize.
Be with her peeps.
Yeah, but honestly, this rapid testing thing that I really draws into question of the efficacy of it. If, you have Hope Hicks was clear and then she got it and look what happened. That to me is a huge thing to discuss.
Yeah, big story. All right, we're going to keep following that and much more. A lot of world and national headlines. Let's get those from Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. President Trump is continuing to work at the White House despite receiving a positive coronavirus diagnosis. The White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says the president is experiencing mild symptoms, and it's likely others in the administration will receive a positive test.
What you have is a virus that is contagious, that certainly continues to be, regardless of whatever protocol we have, that it has the ability to affect everybody.
Some within the president's inner circle have tested negative, including Meadows himself, Vice President Mike Pence, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, as well as Jared Kushner and the president's daughter Ivanka Trump. Well, there are concerns, though, that while the president's symptoms are said to be mild at this point, it is possible they could become worse. Dr. Ashish Jha is dean of the Brown University School of Public Health.
The bottom line is his age alone puts him at high risk of complications. And so I think we're all praying that he recovers quickly, but worried that he may be at risk.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expressing her concerns.
We all receive that news with great sadness. I always pray for the president's family that they're safe. I continue to do so more intensified. And I know that he'll have the best of care. And that's what we want for everyone in our country.
Pelosi did say she felt the president's diagnosis might change the dynamics of discussions on funding for another stimulus package. She says Republicans will now likely see the reality that Democrats have been concerned about all along. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Alex Steele here with you on a Friday afternoon. So outdoor dining, it's going to continue through the year. Like, we're just going into winter outdoor dining. I mean, I love eating outside when it's not 5 degrees or 10 degrees or even 30 degrees. Heat lamps, they can come in handy, Alex, but that's if you can get them.
Yeah, apparently there's a shortage now. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, a shortage of heat lamps, and they can cost like $150 to $1,500, which definitely puts New York City restaurants at a disadvantage because a lot of restaurant people that I was talking to were saying, we don't want to make the investment into buying these expensive things, and no one really knows who's going to be regulating them and making sure they're safe when we don't know what Cuomo and de Blasio are going to do about outdoor dining and spaces. So it's like they were waiting for regulatory clarity in some ways before they wanted to plop down cash, and now you got that, but then you can't plop down cash because there's nothing to buy.
Yeah. So what's been your outdoor dining experience? Have you done it?
Yeah, we're pretty we take all the necessary precautions, but my husband and I and my daughter are pretty active in our lives because we had to be, or else we'd all kill each other. So we've been out and about. We eat out quite a bit. I wipe things down. Everyone seems relatively safe. You're distanced apart. You wear masks inside, and I've gotten 4 or 5 tests, and I'm always negative, so that feels safer. But indoor, I don't know. I think that's going to be very different.
Indoor is very tricky. I agree.
What about you?
Yeah, we've done a fair amount of outdoor dining. I mean, it's like even in our little town here, on Fridays and Saturdays, they've been closing down like Main Street, and everybody sort of spills out into the street. It's quaint, but it works. And I also feel like it's good to support the restaurants. I mean, I know everybody's been doing takeout and things like that, but you want to get those, like, we've all worked in restaurants, like that turnover, and like people coming through and ordering drinks and all of that. So it's important.
You worked in a restaurant?
Yeah. I mean, like a pub. I mean, not a fancy restaurant.
More to come. More to come.
TK. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Tech stocks are dragging the market lower on Trump virus volatility. S&P lower now by 18, down 0.6%, but look at NASDAQ, down 216 points, down 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 2.5%. The Dow has been swinging between gains and losses, down 11 now. That is a drop of less than 0.1%. To put that decline in perspective, at the worst level of the session, the Dow had been down 433 points, down 1.6%. Right now, the 10-year yield, 0.69%. Gold is down 0.2%, 19.02 the ounce, and a slump in West Texas Intermediate crude this Friday, down 4.7%, below $37 a barrel now at $36.89 on WTI. Again, recapping equities trading lower, S&P down 21, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Alex Steele here with you on a Friday afternoon. What a Friday it is. So let's check in on the economic side of what is clearly the story of the day. What's the economic impact of the president being diagnosed positively with COVID-19? A lot of it is going to depend, at least that's the case made by our own Peter Coy, economics editor for Bloomberg Business Week. These are the stories that I love, Peter, because I know Joel Weber, who's going to join us shortly, sort of saw this and was like, get me Coy. But he's going to tell me what it means from an economic perspective. So what does it mean?
It's very early, so I'm not trying to make a definitive call. I'm really just trying to ask around smart people what they're saying. And it seems as though there are two scenarios. One, this somehow breaks the logjam in Congress over stimulus, galvanizes the House and the Senate to get serious about talks, and produces a new stimulus, phase 4 stimulus, that helps the economy. That's the upside scenario. The downside scenario is that this alarms a lot of people who suddenly, for the first time, say, this thing is real.
Yeah.
And maybe I better not go to restaurants. Maybe I better stay home. They spend less, and there's a negative hit on the economy. And we don't know which it's going to be yet.
Right.
And as you said briefly, it depends. Well, one thing that depends on is how serious the president's illness is.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's over it in a couple of days, then it could persuade people, hey, COVID's not so bad and things will get back to normal pretty soon. If it's serious, who knows? It also depends a lot on messaging from the White House.
Right. So, Joel, did I characterize, Joel Weber, the editor of the magazine, did I characterize it correctly? You woke up, saw these headlines, get me Coy.
Yeah, you did a great job pretending to be me.
He
Almost
sounds
better
like a
than I could
private
have maybe done it.
investigator from the 40s.
Get me Coy.
It was kind of actually what I did, although I will say that Peter already had kind of beaten me to it and started to actually prime it for himself. But Peter, there's another aside that you sort of bring up in the story that I think is also worth a mention, which is, the U.S. isn't the first country to have a head of state deal with this, right? So let's talk about some of the other countries that have had prime ministers or presidents who have fallen ill and sort of what those economic implications have looked like.
Well, the two big countries are Brazil and UK, and Bolsonaro in Brazil's had a tough time with COVID. So is the UK. But interestingly, there was not a huge noticeable change in the trajectory of the UK economy during the time that Prime Minister Boris Johnson was sick with COVID-19. And so our own Bloomberg economics, Yelena Shuliachieva, takes that as a sign that this, again, might not have a huge impact on what happens to the U.S. economy.
But you did have, what I find interesting, is Nancy Pelosi speaking earlier that she was saying that it changes the dialogue, the diagnosis change, the dynamics, thank you. How? I was confused as to how it did.
Well, she didn't really say, so we have to try to read the tea leaves on that one. But, I mean, one scenario is the White House has wanted a deal, and the Senate Republicans the House of Democrats have been pretty far apart. It seems as if the White House was willing to bend a little more than the Senate Republicans have. So if the Senate Republicans feel like, we got to win one for the Gipper, so to speak, maybe we'll bend a little bit and do a deal on terms that we wouldn't have done before. I don't think the Democrats are in the mood for moving so much, so it would be the movement, I think, might be more from the Republicans in the Senate side.
Yeah, I'll jump in there, Alex, because I think there's a chance for a Trump mulligan here, which knowing a little bit about how he golfs, I think there's a lot of mulligans going on there. But so if you recall Josh Green's remarks just in our last issue, he said this is kind of crazy that Trump hasn't been pushing for a bigger stimulus earlier, and Trump the candidate would have done something like that, and that was one of the big differences with Trump the president. So there is sort of perhaps a more radical about face that you could potentially see the administration trying to make now to say, look, we were wrong. We really do need to double down on this. And the House has basically put it right at the Senate's doorstep. So the Senate, the pressure, the dynamics that's differently from my perspective, at least, is the Senate really going to stick with them, their stance on it to date, which has been to not have a discussion about it, or it could Trump sort of potentially be backseat driving it a little bit from here.
Yeah, I mean, it is remarkable to try and sort of stitch all this together. And this, Peter Coy, as it feels like already we've got some crosswinds and some big questions about the economic picture here with just over 30 days to go.
Right. Well, we had a jobs report today, 661,000 jobs added, which historically would be considered a fantastic number, but it's quite a bit slower. We had 4.8 million in June, for example. Back to Bloomberg Economics, they're predicting the economy is going to grow at sort of a trend pace in the fourth quarter, only 2% or so, compared to these massive double-digit numbers we saw for the third quarter. That number hasn't come out yet, but it's predicted to be in the range of 30%. So the boom times, the bouncing off the trampoline stage is kind of over for the economy. And so, what happens next? Do we go into a double dip? Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, it's a terrific piece of reporting and writing and analysis as always. Listen, I got to say, Joel Weber, you have a very challenging, difficult job, but I have to say you must feel better about it when you can be like, who do I Oh, Peter Coy, done. He can sort of solve all this for me, at least from the economic perspective. So glad to see the team is in full effect on this. Peter Coy, economics editor for Bloomberg Business Week. He joined us from New Jersey. Joel Weber, of course, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. He joined us from Massachusetts. And speaking of Massachusetts, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week is going to continue right here. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business, that is coming up next. Coming up next for us, Alex Steele, we're going to catch up on some politics and labor with none other than Richard Trumka, the president of AFL-CIO. So he's a guy you want to hear from these days.
Yeah, I'm super interested in that for two reasons. I think that there is a conversation evolving as to if Joe Biden wins the White House, how does that shake out unions and worker rights, and how the shift might move towards them, and how that changes the dynamic of the market. The other, though, if you have big tech in these huge roles, it's going to be really hard for workers to gain that kind of power. So I feel like there's something really evolving here that could be really interesting and help inflation, to be honest.
Totally. Yeah. Very timely here on Jobs Day and as we're thinking about the future of work, future of labor, manufacturing, so much more. So Richard Trumka, he's going to be with us in just a few minutes. Excited to continue on here with Bloomberg Business Week. Stick with us. Jason Kelly, Alex Steele. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Friday, October 2nd. It is a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Stocks are slumping in a volatile session as investors weigh the implications of President Trump's positive test for the coronavirus, along with renewed efforts to forge agreement on fiscal stimulus. The NASDAQ 100 index leading losses with declines for tech companies, including Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. Apple shares down 2.6%. Amazon also down 2.6%, while Microsoft down now by 2.2%. Mega cap shares also dragging down the S&P 500 index. The S&P down 17, a drop of 0.5%. The Dow is now lower by 11 points, down less than 0.1%. Nasdaq is down 200, a drop there of just about 1.8%. 10-year yield 0.69%. Gold is down 0.1%, 1903 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 4.6%, $36.95 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. A disappointing jobs report that showed less hiring than analysts had estimated underscored the urgency to push through an aid measure. What's ahead for the October jobs reading? That question this morning for Laura Rame, who is chief U.S. economist at FS Investments and was interviewed on Bloomberg Television.
I think for October, we may continue to see the unemployment rate come down a little bit. Remember that we're also seeing now, I think in September, another interesting feature was people dropping out of the labor market. I wonder how much of that is related to kids still being at home and parents unable to rejoin the workforce.
Airbnb plans to make its IPO filing public in November and raise about $3 billion in a December offering, this according to Reuters, citing sources. Airline shares, they're moving higher after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said relief for the industry is advancing in Congress. Among some of the airline names, UAL up 1.6%, American Airlines up 1.8%, Delta up 1.6%, Southwest rounding out the big four up by 1.8%. Recapping equities lower, S&P now down 22. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time to do a little bit of Business Week economics. Jason Kelly alongside Alex Steele here with you on a Friday afternoon. And on this Jobs Day, delighted to have with us Richard Trumka, president of the AFL-CIO. He joins us from Maryland. Richard, a perfect day to talk to you. We saw the numbers this morning amid some other headlines, to say the least. But when you look at the employment picture on behalf of your members and through the prism of labor, what do you see?
Well, you see that the recovery is starting to run out of steam. Most states provide 6 months of regular unemployment benefits, and the recession has lasted longer than 6 months already. And so many of them are starting to exhaust their regular state benefits. In addition to that, the Republicans in the Senate allowed the across-the-board $600 increase in weekly benefits to expire. Last week was the 9th week of unemployment in the pandemic that recipients did not get the $600. And so you're seeing job creation go down each month. In June, we had 4.8 months. 4.8 million when everything was in effect. In July, you had 1.8, August 1.4. Now we had 661,000. We're still 12 million jobs below where we would have been prior to the recession. And you have 12 million people right now without health care. All of that's dragging down the ability of people to buy and consume and create demand and create jobs.
I'm really curious as to how you see the job landscape evolving. There's a real debate that's sort of coming up in terms of when and will workers regain power after COVID. There's one that says, yes, we're going to see higher minimum wages. If Biden gets the White House, that's going to be a big push also. The other is that as long as you have big tech being big tech, it's not going to allow for workers to really gain rights and mobilize in the right way. What do you think about that? Because that's going to have a dramatic effect as to how we come out of this.
Look, let's start off with a little more basic of that, and I'll broaden out your question. Workers right now believe that neither the political system or the economic system is working for them because of the growing inequality in this country. And when workers talk about inequality, there's three inequalities that we're talking about. Inequality of wages and wealth, inequality of opportunity, and inequality of power. Until you fix the inequality of power between corporations and workers, you're never going to see wages increase. And without them, you're never going to see an economy that really grows, because our economy is 72% driven by consumer spending. That growing inequality actually threatens the system that we have right now. So what we're looking for is to change the laws that were written in 1948 and are totally antiquated and unacceptable and unusable today to new laws. President or Vice President Biden, when elected, will do that. It will give workers more power. They'll be able to negotiate better wages. With those wages, they will spend and create demand and create jobs.
And so in this next 30 days before this election, Richard, what do you need to hear? What are you expecting to hear from former Vice President Biden about his plans? What do you still need to hear?
Well, look, he's talked to us. He was with us on Labor Day, and he talked to us about things. Here's what I know about Joe. I've known him for 40 years, literally, personally known him for 40 years. And he's always been a blue-collar guy. He understands that a job's more than a paycheck. But a job really is about dignity and respect and security. And he really does want to bring more jobs to us. And he has several plans to do that. We want to continue hearing him talk about kitchen table economics, those things that affects workers at the kitchen table every night as they discuss their day and discuss their future. He's done that so far. We saw a debate the other night, and I was truly saddened. I mean, the debate itself was saddening and embarrassing because of the president, but the president didn't say a single thing about what he was going to do. He only told us about things that were bad about somebody else, or even that wasn't true, but that's what he talked about. I think workers want to hear what you're going to do to make it better for them. What are you going to do to fix the economy? How are you going to do it? And don't give us platitudes. We're smarter than that.
Right.
And do you feel that, so in the middle of the virus, it has also expanded inequality in terms of white employment recovering faster than African-American employment, for example, and Latinx employment. Who fixes that? How do we fix that? The Fed's opened up their employment mandate, but there's only so much like the Fed can do there.
Well, look, as I said, corporations are too strong and workers are too weak. They don't get enough share of what we produce. If you pass the PRO Act and you give every worker in the country the ability to negotiate with their employer, whether they have a union or not, they ought to be able to negotiate with their employer as a single body to get a fair wage, to get fair benefits. When they do that, you'll start to see inequality start to shrink. You can't fix inequality. You can't fix inequality of opportunity, which is racism as well, unless you fix inequality of power between workers and employers.
Richard, one last question for you.
And the PRO Act would do that, by the way.
Only about 30 seconds left here, but tell me, are your members getting what they need from management when it comes to the right protections as it relates to the virus?
Absolutely not. We still struggle with PPE on the front lines. We still have our members getting infected. OSHA is still non-existent. It's AWOL. It's not protecting workers. We're having to supply our members with PPE that they should be getting from their employer. It's a disgrace. We do not have a temporary pandemic standard right now. We've tried to get one, but this administration refuses to help us and refuses to pass one, and workers are getting sick and dying because of it.
All right. Well, sorry to end on that note, but we are going to have to end it there. Looking forward to catching up with you in the not-too-distant future. Richard Trumka, he is, of course, the president of the AFL-CIO, and we know that frontline workers have been so disproportionately exposed to this virus in many ways. So look forward to continuing the conversation down the line with Richard. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's head down to Washington. Lots of world and national headlines to get to with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. President Trump, who now has coronavirus, is drawing fire from his critics who want to know why he chose to attend a fundraiser at his New Jersey resort last night. after learning he had been exposed to the virus when an aide, Hope Hicks, had tested positive. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany defends the president's decision.
It was deemed safe for the president to go. He socially distanced. It was an outdoor event, and it was deemed safe by White House operations.
The president is said to be experiencing mild symptoms of coronavirus, and while he recovers, all campaign events have been postponed or are going virtual. With President Trump becoming the latest high-profile COVID-19 patient, Health Secretary Alex Azar has been defending the administration's pandemic policies to the House Coronavirus Subcommittee. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports.
We wish the President and the First Lady and every American fighting COVID-19 a swift and complete recovery.
Secretary Azar said the United States has done better than European countries.
If we hadn't taken some of the aggressive early steps that we took, we could have lost 2 million Americans. But our actions have made a difference. It is our mission to make advances that help save some of those lives.
Azar blamed recent surges of the coronavirus on Americans who crowd into bars, clubs, and family reunions without face masks. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says negotiations on a new stimulus with the White House will press ahead, and President Trump's COVID-19 diagnosis might actually change the tenor of the talks by emphasizing the seriousness of the pandemic. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Hey, Nance, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Jason Kelly and Alex Steele here with you on a Friday afternoon. And I tell you, this is one of these stories, Alex, I think both you and I would agree that had this happened on a day that wasn't today, we'd be talking about Airbnb a lot. But let's take a minute and talk about it. As you said when we read the headline, not a shocker. We've expected that Airbnb might still go public this year. I will say it's interesting that their business seems to have rebounded maybe faster than some might have expected given, global pandemic.
Yeah, and this is according to a Reuters report that they're going to file in November to raise about $3 billion in a December offering. It is a curious time to do that when you're sort of dealing with a market that's managing their books at the end of the year. But to your point, we may not be seeing people go to the Bahamas, but they will take a camper and they will go somewhere else in the U.S. where they can drive to and not take a plane.
Yeah.
So that could also have been part of the story, which I think is kind of interesting. But if they're going in December, they must see some kind of good recovery in next year, right?
Yes. I think that must be what it is. They must be sort of looking out and anticipating. You're right. It's sort of a long-term play. I mean, this is arguably one of the best-known unicorns that is still private, and following in the footsteps of the Ubers and whatnots of the world, this kind of sharing economy. I mean, Airbnb has grown pretty fast and was really thriving pre-pandemic, and as we've been discussing, sort of had a different kind of growth as people thought about, well, maybe I'm going to rent a house for a couple months and get away from the city or something.
But I'm actually really interested in to see how taxes change in big cities as they're bleeding money for people leaving. There's a resurgence again of the pied-à-terre tax in New York City, which would just hammer the real estate market. And I wonder what that would do to an Airbnb in a place like this, for example.
Really interesting point. Yeah, so lots more to come on the Airbnb IPO. Reuters reporting a December filing. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks lower on Trump virus volatility. It's a down Friday, on track for an up week. Let us get the latest now as we head right over the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. There he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. It's all about Trump testing positive today, as well as stimulus talks. Dow's currently down 44 points. We're down 433 on the open. S&P's dropped 21. NASDAQ is lower by 217 points. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.69%. Gold trading lower by 3. Transports gained 91 points. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders to the upside were utilities, real estate, and materials. Tech, telecom, and consumer discretionary led to the downside. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Dow Inc., Caterpillar, and Honeywell, while Amgen and Apple were under pressure. And in deal news, Duke rejected a NextEra bid, left the door open for further talks. And Dow Jones reported that CC Capital and Motive Partners to buy Wilshire Associates. In other news, Airbnb plans to go public in December, raise about $3 billion. And wrapping things up, Deere traded to an all-time high. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, I said it earlier about Peter Coy and Joel Weber being like, hey, I want to know what Coy has to say about the economics of this. There was one person who I wanted to hear from when I saw these headlines this morning, Alex Steele, when it came to President Trump and that positive coronavirus test, and that is Josh Green, national correspondent for Bloomberg Business Week, author of Devil's Bargain, and our go-to guy when it comes to politics. He joins us on the phone from North Carolina. All right, Josh, your reaction when you saw these headlines breaking overnight and into the morning?
I actually got woken up by a phone call from CNN alerting me that Trump had tested positive. And because I'd written a big story about what happens if Trump tests positive back in May, that sort of unleashed the flood.
Yeah.
So, shock and surprise, although when you step back and think about it, it really shouldn't be that much of a shock, given the way that the White House generally has treated taking health precautions, including the president.
So you did write that article, which is, I had the exact same thought. I was like, I must talk to Josh Green today in some capacity. So how do we think about it? We don't want to speculate, but we do want to understand the procedure of how to keep the government running, et cetera.
Yeah, well, in talking to all the constitutional experts, I talked to former administration officials, Republican and Democratic, to see how previous White House administrations would have handled this. The one clear message that everyone sent is the most important thing is that the American public know and be confident that there is a commander-in-chief in charge. Now, if Trump is incapacitated because of the coronavirus, that isn't necessarily a reason for worry. Right now the White House is saying that his symptoms are mild, but there have been routine examples in the past where presidents have temporarily handed over power under the 25th Amendment to, for instance, undergo a medical procedure. George W. Bush did that twice for colonoscopies during his presidency. Ronald Reagan did it once during his presidency. So it's really not all that unusual. Where it becomes a little dicier is what would happen if Trump and Pence both tested positive for coronavirus and became sick to an extent that they couldn't carry out their duties. In that scenario, the Constitution has a clear chain of succession, but it next goes to Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And all of the experts I spoke to said that is the point at which things get a little hairy, because the Constitution, while it does give a line of succession, doesn't define what actually constitutes a president's ability to do the job. And so if there is a dispute, if Trump and Pence were to become sick, and Pelosi were to say, well, you're incapacitated, I'm the president, and the White House were to say, no, they can still do the job, then you wind up in court, and that becomes a really scary scenario where you would have, presumably, a constitutional crisis, global markets falling, and all of this would wind up in court. I think, thankfully, that is still a long way off, but it does highlight one of the holes in the line of succession.
All right, so let's move to the current political reaction to this and the implications of this happening, Josh, with just over 30 days to go in this hotly contested, closely watched, most important in a generation, if you believe most people, presidential election. How does it change it?
Well, I literally just filed a column that should be going up any second now, and I will cannibalize my potential readership to share it with your listeners.
You mean you're going to preview it and tease it for them, right?
Okay, that's the term of art. Look, I mean, the short answer here is this is obviously not good news for President Trump and his reelection efforts. The election was already shaping up to be a referendum of his handling of coronavirus. The president, the White House, and the reelection campaign have all tried to move on and focus on other things like the growing economy. This guarantees that coronavirus will continue to be, the main story in the weeks leading up to the election. And what I did in my column was dive a little deeper into how particularly that could affect different voter groups. The one that I keyed in on that I think is going to be really critical was before the president's diagnosis, but certainly will be now that he's tested positive, is white non-college educated women, often referred to as waitress moms by pundits. They were a huge component of Trump's victory in 2016. He's been bleeding their support ever since. If you look at polls, they are particularly worried about coronavirus, unhappy with his treatment, and as a group, they are overrepresented in the upper Midwest swing states that are probably going to decide the election. Trump needed to win them back. I think that job is going to be even tougher now following his diagnosis.
Can you help me understand also what happens if for some reason Trump becomes incapacitated and can't then take the presidency if he wins? Like, what's the process if Trump's still on the ballot and Pence is still his VP for the election? Like, what happens? What does the RNC do? How does the Electoral College deal with that?
I mean, if Trump were to be reelected, Mike Pence will be his VP. If Trump is incapacitated, two things then happen. Number one, Trump could willingly, under the 25th Amendment, transfer power to his vice president temporarily, or if he's not able to do that, if he's sedated or intubated or otherwise unable or unwilling to make that transfer, then then Pence and the cabinet can get together and decide to execute that transfer of power themselves. So that would be a scenario.
So if you're in the Biden camp right now, we've seen, Vice President Biden, he, tweeted, thoughts to the president and the first lady on behalf of him and former second lady Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. So we've seen his sort of public reaction. We're also seeing him make a fairly rare road trip today to Michigan as planned after he did test negative, according to his camp. If you are the Biden campaign right now, what's the playbook?
Well, I think clearly you want to express sympathy, which Biden and his wife have done. At the same time, the Democrats I've spoke to today, say there's a bit of a debate. I mean, how out there do they want to be? Do they want to take down their ads, attacking Trump for his handling of COVID? Will that seem ungracious? Do they want to pull Biden off the road for a couple days? Or, do they want him to kind of go out there and continue as usual, showing that because he took the precaution and has avoided being infected, that, he should be out there making the case for his candidacy. And I think what we've seen just in the last couple hours is that Biden and Kamala Harris have every intention of going out and continuing to campaign.
I got to be honest with you, I don't usually watch vice presidential debates. Is this now must-see TV this week?
I think anything having to do with this campaign and the principles is pretty much must-see TV because you just never know what's going to happen. But I think certainly given Trump's diagnosis and the spotlight or the even more intense spotlight that is thrown on the race, I think everybody knows. I would predict that this will be the highest-rated vice presidential debate ever held, even eclipsing the Sarah Palin one a few years ago. I think a lot of people are going to have questions about how Mike Pence is going to answer for what's happened and try and reassure voters that despite COVID running rampant in the West Wing, that Trump is still able and capable to handle this crisis.
So, Josh, one of the things you have pointed out in your reporting around this election and the previous election, the one that the president won to become president, was that, this is a campaign where the real campaign manager and the real star of the show, by his own choice, is Donald J. Trump, President Trump. If he is sidelined, as he appears to be, even if he can still tweet and whatnot, who's his best surrogate in this vital stretch? Who does he turn to in order to continue to get his message out in these last 30 days?
It's a great question. I think the answer is that there really isn't one. I mean, Mike Pence has said that he will go out and continue to campaign, but of course Pence doesn't have anywhere near the star wattage and the drawing power that the president does. I think one of the downsides of building the kind of cult of personality that President Trump has as both candidate and president is that it's really tough to shove an understudy out there if you get ill. And so we've seen the Trump campaign is canceling all his events for the foreseeable future. He may do something electronically or on Twitter, but certainly this is going to be an impediment to his ability to get out there and try and narrow the gap with Joe Biden. And I don't see anybody besides Trump himself that can really be an effective messenger in that regard.
So does this increase or decrease the likelihood of a contested election?
It's really hard to say. I mean, making predictions about this are so difficult. But if you look at the hurdle that COVID and his handling of COVID was already posing to Trump's presidency, I mean, we see most polls showing Biden with a 6, 7, 8-point lead. Scenarios in which there's a dispute about the election almost invariably revolve around it being a close election. I don't imagine that Trump's diagnosis is going to make the election closer. I think if it has any effect at all, it will probably be to help Biden and would therefore lower those scenarios. But, until we get reliable, high-quality public polling, which is probably going to take a few days, I don't think we can really say what the political effects of this are going to be one way or the other.
Josh, last question for you, and then we know you've got a million other things to do. What does this do potentially to the SCOTUS nomination? Anything?
It's interesting. One of the Republican members of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Mike Lee of Utah, also announced he's tested positive for COVID now after visiting the White House. That could put a damper on things. Mitch McConnell and Republicans have been so determined to push through this nomination. It's hard for me to believe that they would be thwarted by COVID. Maybe this delays things by a couple of days. Congress is scrambling to put in place a COVID testing protocol, but I'd be very surprised if this wound up scotching the nomination.
Right. Josh Green, you're literally the best. Thank you so much. Bloomberg Businessweek national correspondent, the guy you want to hear from on a day like this. So grateful to him for spending some time with us. Check out everything he's writing, and that includes apparently a column that just published. Check that out on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Also the author, of course, of Devil's Bargain, the definitive book about the 2016 election. Coming up, we're going to hear a preview of Lisa Abramowitz's great special that is premiering tonight. But first, let's get a check on the markets with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Jason Kelly. We've got 30 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell on this Friday. On track for an up week. Going to be a losing Friday for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. At least that's where we stand right now. Stocks are slumping in volatile trading as investors weigh the implications of President Trump's positive test for the coronavirus, along with renewed efforts to forge agreement on fiscal stimulus. S&P now lower by 19, down 0.6%. The Dow is down 34, a drop of 0.1%, and NASDAQ is down 210 points, a drop of 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index down now by 2.4%. Dow Transports, they're up by 0.9%. 10-year yield 0.69%. Gold is down 0.1%, $19.03 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 4.4%, $37 even a barrel. The president's health very much on the minds of investors on this Friday. Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
If there's a good part of this story, it's that the U.S. medical community has learned a tremendous amount about how to take care of COVID-19 patients, both in mild as well as severe disease, over the course of the last 6 months. So hospitalization rates have been going down, death rates have been going down. Some of that is due to demographic shifts in infection, but a lot of it is due to doctors now knowing how to treat their patients and get better results from the more severe cases.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Ryanair Holdings is reported to be in talks to buy between 150 and 200 Boeing 737 MAX aircraft in a deal that would boost confidence in the grounded jet as it prepares for a return to service, this according to a report from the Irish Independent. Boeing shares trading lower now, little change, down by less than 0.1%. Airbnb plans to make its IPO filing public in November and raise about $3 billion in a December offering, this according to Reuters, citing people familiar with the situation. Recapping equities lower, S&P down 16, a drop of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Alex Steele. I'm still sort of like digesting everything that Josh Green was talking about in terms of like where we go from here and the political implications of that. I have a feeling we're all going to be talking about this all weekend and into next week as we get into the home stretch of this election. And it's a reminder, the news from the president and from the White House, that we are in the midst of a public health crisis, this coronavirus pandemic. We also know that it's an economic crisis felt by millions across the country. We were reminded of that with the jobs report earlier. But we also know the pain hasn't been distributed equally, and the youngest members of the workforce, they have borne the brunt of the economic fallout so far, and there could be permanent damage from there. Bloomberg Surveillance co-host Lisa Abramowitz, we've heard previews of this throughout the week. She tackles this topic in a Bloomberg Television special report. It's airing tonight. It's called Generation Interrupted. Check it out.
The quickest employment decline in history has prompted a major shift in the labor market. College grads facing a dried-up job market are considering other options. Cheryl Brooks is Associate Provost for Career and Professional Development at the University of Massachusetts.
We're seeing a big boost just the last couple of weeks in internships and co-ops, what we call field experience. These positions, they're looking at spring co-op positions or summer. So employers do realize that they need to continue to look at future hiring and to keep creating that pool of candidates for the pipeline for the future.
At the same time, many members of Generation Z are rethinking education plans. Enrollment at Harvard University, for example, is down nearly 20% from a year ago, and Princeton has a 12% decline. But one place where enrollment isn't falling is Howard University. The historically black university's president, Dr. Wayne A.I. Frederick, says that's because Howard benefits from a unique profile in a year that's notable for intense social activism.
Since the 2016 election, political science has risen to the top of the heap as one of the most sought-after majors at our university, and that is very telling. Biology was always one of our top major in terms of enrollment, and pre-med interest is also beginning to peak as we have seen the impact of the pandemic, and we talk so often about frontline workers. So all of that is definitely causing a shift in what young people want to do, et cetera.
Graduate school applications are also starting to surge as students put off entering the workforce. Stanford Graduate School of Business just had the largest incoming MBA class in its history. At the same time, entrepreneurship from the school's graduates is taking a hit. I spoke with Stanford Business Dean Jonathan Levin.
We normally have about 15% of our class that launches new ventures. We had some amazing companies come out of the Stanford Business School, including in recent years and including with just this last class. But I think maybe a little more anxiety about starting off on your own at a time when there's so much uncertainty in the world.
Every generation has its challenges, but the road ahead for this one looks especially difficult. How it rises to the occasion will define its legacy and the shape of the broader economy for years to come. For more, join me tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern for a Bloomberg Television special report, Generation Interrupted. In New York, I'm Lisa Abramowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, and catch that entire special Generation Interrupted. It airs tonight at 7 p.m. Wall Street time over on Bloomberg Television. That is Bloomberg surveillance co-anchor Lisa Abramowitz. And it's an important issue. I think we've seen it in our day-to-day lives, Alex, in terms of this has not been an even pandemic, if there is such a thing. And it is really laid bare. We talk a lot about this. I'm sure you do in your area as well, just about how it is laid bare so many inequalities across the economic spectrum.
Yeah, and I'm also interested, I mean, I have lots of to say about that, but in particular, I'm wondering how it's going to affect universities going forward, because if online is now more acceptable, are you going to have people paying all that money to get to Harvard? In which case, does it in some way help democratize education if you can go to a non-Ivy League school or a less expensive school, and that's now seen as more as just as legit? If you can't go there and get the kind of connections that you were going to because you literally can't go there or you're on remote, like I kind of wonder how in 10 years that conversation plays out.
Yeah, I think about it a lot because you have a young daughter, I have a young daughter. I find it really hard to imagine that Dylan or Alice is going to go to like a straight up 4-year college, and, like me, like study English literature. Like, I think in the year 2020, or certainly in the year, whatever it's going to be, 2030 something, we're going to be like, you're going to do what? No. Get a job.
Right. No.
or take some classes online and figure out what you want to be, and then go do that. But I'm not going to pay, it would probably be like literally $1 million at that point for you to go hang out for 4 years.
Yeah, it's such a good point. It's like, oh, okay, take some online classes, get a job. You can hang with your friends when your shift's over.
Yeah.
Like, I started working as a teenager. Like, why should this be any different? But I do think it depends on how the uber wealthy play it out.
Yes. Totally.
Because if they're still, no, you got to go to Harvard, you got to do this, you got to get the connection, you got to do this, then you're up against something else.
Yes. Yeah, and then there's a whole different sort of bifurcation and maybe an exacerbation of what we've already seen. So, in any case,
and we're the privileged people. Like we're good. Like imagine the actual inequality that we're seeing and how bad that's going to be.
It's incredible. All right, let's get down to Washington now. Nancy Lyons is there with some world national headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. President Trump's campaign events will go virtual or be delayed after he and his wife Melania tested positive for coronavirus. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany was pressed on his condition.
I'm not going to get into the president's symptoms exactly. He's had mild symptoms, but he is hard at work. We're having to slow him down a little bit. He's been on the phone with Senator McConnell, Senator Lindsey Graham, been on the phone with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows talking about emergency declarations for states as well as stimulus. So he's hard at work despite the mild symptoms.
When McEnany was pressed about why President Trump chose to attend a fundraiser last night despite being told he'd been exposed to an aide that had tested positive, McEnany said it was an outdoor event and was deemed safe by White House operations. Following the president's diagnosis, some are keeping continuity of government at the top of mind. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more on that.
London School of Economics professor of international relations Peter Trubowitz tells Bloomberg Surveillance the primary concern isn't the election right now.
The central issue here is continuity of government. Obviously, the first concern is the president's health. At 74 and overweight, he's in a high-risk category by the CDC's yardstick.
Trubowitz adds everyone should keep in mind half of the patients in the president's age group show symptoms. 20% end up in the hospital. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden and his wife Jill have tested negative, but it can take days for symptoms to develop. Biden is campaigning today in Michigan. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Well, speaking of the super rich, this is a fascinating story. Benjamin Stupples writing this. It's one of the most read on the Bloomberg. Alex Steele, I love this. Super rich using giant home loans to access cheap credit. It's fairly straightforward, right? Like you've got a super expensive apartment, and in the case, you're a Russian oligarch. And basically you're like, you know what? I'm going to take a mortgage out on this because I got some things I want to do with some money.
Yeah, so you're looking at a cash out refi. So you probably you don't have a mortgage on the place, most likely. You don't want to sell it into a market. You don't need to sell it, but you want the liquidity. So that's what it's called. It's a cash out refi. You can get a 2.9% rate. You can take out as much as like 80%. You have to leave some equity in there, but you can take out kind of as much as you want as long as you leave a certain amount of equity in there, and boom, you got cash. I mean, like, why not do that when you have rates that are so low?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we are sometimes underestimating or maybe underappreciating, pun intended, that rates are still super low. I mean, it is one of the things that is helping augment this flight to the suburbs to some extent, insofar as it's in part about maybe not wanting to be in the city for some period of time, but also about, like, listen, money's cheap. Like, why not? Mortgage rates are, remain historically low.
Yeah, I mean, not that I've done a lot of work on this, and I'm trying to do this myself with a property that I inherited from my mother-in-law. My husband did when she passed away earlier in the year, for this exact reason. Like, the payments are so unbelievably low, and it's then basically the money that you have. Why not just play with it? Find a way to monetize an asset that doesn't require selling something in a really uncertain market. Co-op boards have a different feeling about that in New York City, but I have a different feeling about that in overall life.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's fascinating. And listen, New York especially was made by people who are very, very smart with money. So keep an eye on this story. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. The drive to the close coming up. It's Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading lower right now. S&P is down 23 points, a drop of 0.7%. The Dow does remain lower by 82 points, down 0.3%, but at the worst level of the day in the early going, the Dow was down 433 points, down 1.6%. NASDAQ is now lower by 211 points, down now by 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index is down 2.4%. 10-year yield 0.69%. Gold is down a little change, down less than 0.2% at $19.03 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, $37.06 a barrel. Stocks are slumping in volatile trading as investors weigh the implications of President Trump's positive test for the coronavirus, along with renewed efforts to forge agreement on fiscal stimulus. Recapping, S&P lower, down 23, a drop of 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it is time for the drive to the close. Joining us once again, one of our pals, Alan Zafran, founding partner and co-CEO at IEQ Capital. Joining us on the phone from Foster City, California. Alan, so nice to talk to you on this lovely Friday afternoon, at least on the East Coast. How are things out on the West Coast? You guys have really had a time of it out there.
Boy, Jason, I tell you, you're right. It's just devastating. One problem after another. I feel for the families that are dealing with the fires in Napa and Sonoma County's wine country right now. And that's on the heels of fires from a few years back as well.
Yeah.
On top of COVID and political uncertainty. And we can't wait to get out of 2020 as fast as possible. That's how we feel right now.
Yeah, you and me both. So I want to talk about the COVID crisis more broadly and how you think of it as an investor. But listen, the news today, as we all know, is coming out of Washington and the president's positive case. I do wonder, given your sensitivity to the political landscape and how it affects, I think, your outlook from an investing perspective, when you see a headline like that, like, what's your immediate reaction? What do you do?
You take a deep breath and just reassess whether or not you really need to react. It's not good news when anyone contracts COVID. So there's nothing to be said about it, good or bad, regardless of your opinions about our president and his family. But the reality is he's contracted the virus. We don't know how ill he is, let alone what the implications are. So to take that to an extreme seems to be a dramatic overreaction. And regardless of the fact, markets in the long run are driven by economic fundamentals, not by who is running the White House. And economic fundamentals are determined by congressional legislators as much as by presidents themselves. So the reality is you sit and you wait, you watch, but you don't react to some news like that. It's a moment in time, and if you're a long-term investor, you can't just jump on a headline like that. You have to see how events play out over time.
I think where you do need to, though, look at it from a longer-term perspective is how do you deal with a 60-40 portfolio? And this isn't totally off the news either, because whether or not you get stimulus, contested election is more likely. Does that put the Fed in the driver's seat more? No matter where we look, we're still looking at basically what you call financial repression. What's the 60-40 division? Does the 40% have to mean bonds? Does it mean something else? What's the right way to look at that?
Alex, you asked an incredibly insightful question, and the problem is rates are going nowhere for a long period of time. So if I'm going to make less than 1% with 40% of my money sitting in tax-free muni bonds and treasuries, I have to, unfortunately, go out on the risk curve. I have to do something to create more return. Otherwise, I'm going to accept a lower rate of return. And so that is why stocks are up here. That's why valuation's up here, because I can buy a basket of stocks like a Comcast and a Johnson & Johnson and a Pepsi-Cola as much as a Facebook or an Amazon or a Google. And I know those businesses are earning at a much higher return on my cash than I'm earning on a bond. If I'm going to take a long-term view, it's very hard to see how I'll lose money on those assets, and I will probably compound at a rate such that I can get an acceptable rate of return on all of my capital. You are being forced down on the risk curve because cash is trash, and even long-term bonds in the public markets aren't compelling. So you really have to reassess your risk tolerance, and you either have to say, I'm going to accept a lower rate of return, or I'm going to consciously increase my risk a bit, look for dividend-paying stocks, or look for other forms of income, such as real estate, in order to find a way to supplement the income that I used to get out of my low-risk bonds, because it's not going to be there.
Ellen, you can't see this, but I can see Alex Steele in our studio, and she's unscrewing the mic so she can drop it after that great question. But I have to ask you, it really was a great question and a great answer. So I do have to ask you, because Alex and I were just talking about this before we came into the conversation with you, which is real estate. I feel like we're all trying to get our heads around it, and whether there's opportunity, whether there's distress. Obviously, the answer to that question largely depends on geography, but how do you look at it? How do you assess it, especially from a portfolio approach?
Real estate, just like stocks, is specific both by type of real estate, meaning am I buying an apartment building, an office building, a warehouse, a self-storage. It's also specific by location. Buying an office building in Manhattan is a lot different than buying a small office in Riverside, California, which is a suburb of Los Angeles. So you need to be very clear on the nature of the building, its asset type, its location, its age, its tenants, its rent rolls. The good news is there are public companies that allow you to access these various types, everything from senior housing to self-storage to apartment buildings, and they allow you to have professional managers to manage them on your behalf. So as an example, you can buy an ETF, the symbol is IYR, and it gives you about a 4% yield. If you're going to take a very long-term view, even if you think that the occupancy in downtown Manhattan office towers is going to diminish somewhat, they're not going to completely go away. And so, again, relative to a bond that's giving me less than 1%, if I'm going to take a long-term view, chances are I'm going to be okay. And if you really have sophistication, you might go out on your own and look to actually buy directly a building or go into a limited partnership with other investors and structure the investment differently. It's a different form of income generation. It does have some tax advantages as well. The income is taxed more efficiently at a lower tax rate, but it's still a risk asset, and they use leverage on these buildings. And when things go wrong, the buildings owners can lose their money. So you just have to tread carefully, and like all things, don't put too much into any one thing.
And we don't have a ton of time here, but I want to get your idea of if we do get, if things get better and we get sort of inflation picking up, higher yields, like when does it worry that investment thesis?
That's also, Alex, you got two outstanding
crushing it. She's
questions.
crushing it.
Bye.
Crushing it. The irony of the market is oftentimes they don't do quite as well when the economy is doing great and vice versa. It's funny, the economy did lousy and yet the markets went up because the Fed acted and people looking prospectively forward. By the time the economy is robust, real rates are going up, and in a short period of time, meaning in a year or so, in that time frame, interest rates will go up, discount rates used on future cash flows go up, which lowers their values. It'll force PE multiples down, and we'll see probably asset prices fall a bit, which will seem counterintuitive. But you do need robust economic conditions to support the long-term sustainability of earnings growth and cash flow growth, which is, in fact, which allows your assets to grow over time. So it will be a short-term adverse effect, but long-term it supports the prices you're paying.
All right, Alan Zaffron, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much. Founding partner, co-CEO of IEQ Capital, and I believe the latest to be installed as president of the Alex Steele fan club. So
we have a couple openings.
It's
not a ton, but fine.
They're legion. It is a legion of people in any case. Alan Zaffron, always appreciate you there in Northern California, giving us some really good perspective across all sorts of asset classes. We're going to get you to the close of trading for the week. What a doozy it's been. I think that's a technical term. This is Bloomberg.